Now bring that back. Get your hands up.
Let's go.
Go a little something like this. Hit him with the remix, yo. Switch.
This is the end of side one of this record. Please now turn it over for the second time.
I've got a different idea.
Get down, man. Yo.
Stop hitting me.
What do you know about all the filth that's going on here, huh?
Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Looting through the rubble, leaving cities war-torn, still incurring more scorn. Ragged and I'm forlorn, trying to unlock this. Open with my lockpicks, punching with my second hand every time the clock ticks.
There you go.
Okay, so here's an odd issue. The camera conked out. Hopefully you folks can hear me. Just give me a moment here. For some reason, the camera conked out, and I have no idea why. So the audio definitely does work. So if you just give me a moment here, hopefully we can correct this the easy way. Let's try this. As the first instant reward goes up. There we go. Okay, reset the camera there. I'm actually going to stand up for this one, so hopefully it won't have the same error. Oh, extendo legs. Hello, everyone out there on the interwebs. Put the remote over here. And man, hold on, let me also wipe my glasses because I was just outside. And, like, it was weird because I walked out there and most of our area was shoveled, so I was like, oh, cool. maybe it won't be as bad. But then, like, I went and walked to get, like, a quick drink and a snack, and it's bad everywhere else. Oh, boy. It's one of the reasons why this episode's going to be the way it is. So, I'm going to get through the spiel, and I just realized I forgot to do kind of an important thing. And when I tilt the camera down, as we usually do, I will then do that important thing, and then we'll get right into the meat and potatoes of everything. So, if you don't know who I am or what this show is, if you just stumbled on here because you're getting sick and tired of watching people catch COVID at the Super Bowl, I am Sidepocket. At least that's what the people call me around here on the interwebs. I am one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. DEFCON 201 is a subsections of DEFCON groups. We are the DEFCON group, or DCG, for New Jersey, particularly in Jersey City, which we are from. We meet the third Friday. Oh, my face is just reacting today. Oh boy, that's what I get for going out to the cold. Actually, let me step off camera here as I continue on the spiel. I'm still here. I'm just trying not to embarrass myself too much on the camera. So, we normally meet the third Friday of every month, but as you can see with the crowded Super Bowl stands, everyone still likes to rub each other's buttholes on each other during a pandemic. So, basically, because of that, and also, if you haven't been able to tell, despite all of the melanin lost, I am a brown person, and police just like beating me when I'm just walking outside, and a bunch of other different reasons, because 2020 absolutely sucked. We've been live streaming since March, and in addition to our third Friday of every month meeting, which we live broadcast this month, it's going to be on February 19th, and we're hoping that by the mid to end of this week, we're going to announce all the new details for that. We're going to do the hydration thing. This show's not sponsored by anyone, not even McDonald's. It's just the drink that I got. So, just checking the little indicator here. We do a bunch of special interest shows, and this one is one of my two shows. It's called The Master of Unlocking. I teach stuff. I teach lock picking and lock sport stuff, and I am a member of an organization called TOOL. That's TOOL with 3 O's, the Open Organization of Lock Pickers. You can check them out at TOOOL.us. I'm not ranked a master, as you can tell from the intro video. I'm just a huge Resident Evil fan, and I thought the name Master of Unlocking would be absolutely hilarious. But if you want to find out more about the show, more about our group and stuff like that, you can, let's see if I can do this right. You can go to our website, which is at defcon21.org. We're also on Twitter at defcon21nj and defcon201, and a lot of different places such as Instagram, GitHub, which we're going to look at today for once on this show, the Hostux instance of Mastodon. In fact, if you can put up with my giant head in the camera, I'm going to go over to the chat, and I'm going to type in our social links here, because we have a link tree. So I just typed this in chat. That URL should show not only all the links that you're watching us on, such as Twitch Live and Twitch Live, YouTube, Facebook, the diode.zone instance of PeerTube, which is our newest one, and you can also view YouTube through Invidus on Tor, which is possibly the most elite way to watch a show. But that's all of our social links in that one link. I'm dehydrating, my face is acting up. I blame the Super Bowl for this. Anyhow, so on Master of Unlocking, what we do is we go in and we look at locks and lock security. Now, before we get into today's subject, which will be interesting in of itself because I'm going to explain why we're covering this subject in a moment, even though this is not a Tool sponsored or endorsed stream, there are 2 rules that Tool has that I, as a person who teaches lock security to a whole bunch of people physically, in person, and virtually, like on this show, heavily subscribe to, because not only will it save my ass legally and ethically, but also save your ass ethically and possibly quite physically, literally. Is this still on? No, oh, no. Oh, really? Hold on. Let me double check. Quite physically, literally. The audio is going. Because I'm looking at a separate stream, the audio is going. This is Delmon. Check your own audio channels and see if it's properly working. If not, I will then look in my configuration, because I'm pretty sure our audio is working. It's working on Twitch. It's working on YouTube. It sounds like to me it's probably something might be on your end. I'm not trying to ascribe blame here. We've had this happen before, so If anyone else can't hear me in chat, let me know. I love talking in chat, so if you have questions or comments or ideas that are not dickish, please type them in chat. I love reading them. Otherwise, as I always say, keep lurking and keep learning. But I'm going to continue on because it seems like the audio is working. I did check. But thank you, Mona, for bringing that up. What we do is we look at lock security, physical security, bypasses, picking, all that sort of stuff. The stuff that, you know, in Hollywood where some, like, crack team has to get through a door and they bring out tools and they do stuff with the doorknob and it opens. That's what we do on the show, except it's the actual real as shit version of this. So there's 2 rules that Tool subscribes to that we always reiterate on the show before we tilt the camera down and go into our whole main topic. One is, there's only 2 rules you have to remember. 1, do not pick locks that you rely on. Do not, on this episode or the recording afterwards or in the previous episodes, if you see any of the techniques or locks and stuff on here and you're like, hey, I now know how to do this and I have the tools, I'm going to go and try my front door lock or the lock that I take to my gym, as if we're going to the gym now. Or, you know, the safe that I have for my legal documents in my building and stuff like that. You rely on those locks. Every time you pick a lock, not only do you risk breaking your own high-precision lock-picking tools, because even the crappiest tools are technically high-precision tools, but you will wear down the lock, and not only does that make the lock easier to pick and bypass, it will eventually fall apart and just break over time, because that's what locks do. You're basically, eventually all locks break, but you're speeding up the process. All the locks that you see on here, I personally do not rely on. They are only here for me to learn stuff, as well as for you folks to learn in person or virtually. That's their only use. I don't use them to secure anything that's of actual value. The second thing is, do not pick locks that you don't own. This should really be common sense, but as we've learned, particularly after 2016, with Tide Pods and everything, and Parlor, common sense doesn't exist. So if you see the techniques that you see here, or any of the locks that you see here, and you're walking around and you go by like a deli or something, like, I've seen that lock on the Master of Unlocking, I have that tool for this, I can just blah, 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 and open it. Don't do that. You don't own that lock. That's on another person's property. That you are probably already I'm not a legal expert, by the way, just as a disclaimer, not a legal advisor or a lawyer. I mean, do I look like a lawyer? I mean, I might look like a lawyer that Trump would hire if I was actually incompetent, but no, I'm not. But that to me just sounds like trespassing. So you're already trespassing, and then you're doing something with something that you don't own that's on another building that's probably there for a reason, so just don't do that. So again, do not pick locks that you rely on, and do not pick locks that you own. All the locks here I own, again, and are only here for teaching and demonstration purposes. I do not use them as actual lock mechanisms for, like, security prevention. Okay? So normally this is the point where we tilt down, and I will explain today's topic. Originally, I had a completely different list of topics for this first week. All of that got delayed because if you haven't noticed, all of a sudden the Northeast decided, hey, Boston is fun in the winter. We're just going to make every state in the Northeast Boston. And we've just been hit with blizzard after blizzard. It's so much blizzard, I'm expecting, like, night elves to start running down the street. It is so blizzard, I'm expecting Yaming to come out to protest for Hong Kong. It's that level of snow. So yeah, so basically, you know, the U.S. Mail Service is already incompetent as it is, especially when they tried to modify everything to steal an election, and they're still broken. I actually read an article today that I think it was something like during the holiday season, the post office usually expects between 98 and 93% accuracy in their deliveries. And thank you. Oh, holy crap! Night Owl, you are actually on Twitch. Okay, thank you for following me. Oh, I have a feeling now all episode he's just going to be in chat being like, you forgot this. You didn't. This is the person I often refer to as my mentor because I ask him advice for everything. He's just be like, you forgot this. You didn't do this. This. Like, God, this episode is already going to be annoying enough. Now this episode is basically, you're going to see, you might actually see a lock version of what's that show, Hell's Kitchen. You know, where that L's going to come up to me and like put the bolt and the key side of it now and be like, what are you? And I have to say, I am a sad quickset, you know? Like that type of stuff. Like, it's like, this lock is fucking raw! So this is going to be fun, not fun. Yay. So between that and I also had a bunch of busyness because I had a whole, which I'll explain on air later, that almost rolled off, a crisis which involved this phallic-looking orange screwdriver to friends of mine. I'll explain that on air when I'm going to, and yes, I will be, this will be the episode that will probably be second to most, because the first most was the community lockpicking episode we did. But this is going to be like probably the most we're going to see a lot of like browsers and videos, just as a warning. Okay, so no, this is again, I was supposed to have a completely different, completely physical thing to do on camera that is not sexual, surprisingly, although it will sound like it because it's lock sport. And I'm probably going to get all that stuff at the end of next week. So if everything's correct, our next episode, which will be the 21st, if I did the timing correctly in my head, will have what was supposed to be on today. So the reason why I'm saying that is because we do have a backup. It's a fun backup. The problem is we literally just, and thank you, 42 Stringies 42. Yeah, and just to note, we're a DEFCON group. We're not like official OG DEFCON, but thank you for saying DEFCON in the house. So where was I? We literally just got these. And because of what they are, we have pieces of equipment to try to experiment with these. I don't have everything for this. So this is going to be, and we're going to get right into it, a primer on this subject. And what we're going to be looking at is we're going to be looking at the absolute annoying, horrible idea that is Internet of Thing locks. Locks that use RFID chips in them, locks that Bluetooth connect to your phone. And we're going to unbox two in particular that we have here. And then we're going to, again, give an overview. Then I'm going to try to pick one of these with the caveat that I'm probably not going to pick it open, and I'll explain why. And I'm going to freak out if I actually manage to, especially with Night Owl watching. He's probably just going to laugh at me the entire time. And, oh, the chat's really going. Where's the 201 out of? That's New Jersey. 201 is the area code. It's if I remember correctly, it is the first public area code by AT&T Bell Labs, which is, we get to have that, like, we're the first area code, kind of like how Delaware says the first state, but who gives a shit about Delaware. And we're based out of Jersey City, New Jersey. And again, if you want to know more about us, you can go to our website at defcon21.org. Wow, that chat is really active today. South Carolina? I hope that's what SC means, because I'm a terrible Northeastern America and I don't know where everything is. You might as well be in China, but by South Carolina, in relevance to where we are. But cool. Nice now. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're staying safe and lovely. So yeah, just run down. We're gonna unbox two of these Bluetooth compatible locks, and then we're gonna go to an overview of kind of like what they are and why this whole thing is a bad idea. And not only am I gonna try to pick one open and probably fail, but I'm gonna try to keep a positive mindset in this. But you, the audience, there's two DEFCON talks that are on the same subject. They came out in the same year. And you're going to pick one, and we're going to watch it together. And then we will go raid a channel on Twitch and stream. Got it? Cool. Let's see. I'm curious about what you used to push Bluetooth. See, that's the problem. We're going to go over pieces like that. This is going to be a really frustrating episode because I'm going to be like, here's the terminal tool that we have. We don't have the antennas for this. Here's this device. This is not in the... Because I thought, basically... I'm thinking either in April or May, we're going to revisit this with the actual physical tools and both try to not only finally physically pick it open, but use the Bluetooth and the apps and stuff against itself, do like man-in-the-middle packet injection stuff to get these open. That's what I wanted to do. Again, this is more of an overall introduction, so I apologize in advance. This just seems a lot of like, yes, it's fucking nothing, but we're going to get into that. So let's do the camera tilt down and get right into this. That was not graceful. Trying to figure out. There's the center. All right. I have no idea why the flashlight's on the table. I'm going to move the flashlight and the screwdriver, although I will say that the thing about those two things is that, so I had an emergency instance where two former neighbors of ours who used to live in this building, they live in a new place that's like near us but not near us. It's a bit of a walk. I'm going to tilt this up just slightly. There we go. And what happened was, oh geez, they were out in like a Rite Aid or a Walgreens or something, some convenience store, and one of the two gals lost her wallet, which had her ID where she currently lives, and the keys. And the one key works on all the front door locks. So I had to go in. We had to find this. This is actually what made me miss the 2600 meeting. I had to find a leftover cylinder. Jack managed to find the key for it, and basically I went and replaced that key. Now, because it was emergency, I didn't record it. When this storm's over, I'm going to replace everything again, and I might record that for you folks. Obviously not showing the bidding of the key and stuff like that and like signs of where they live, but it might be a nice thing to be like, here's how you properly install a doorknob. So let's see, I'm just see it, just say chat updates. Okay, no. So that's why I have this screwdriver and everything, and we'll talk about this guy in a moment. This is my lockpicking set. These are potentials, pointy stabbies, clippy thingies, and hydration. And because I keep on forgetting, the return of the coaster. Oh, and I'm going to need this later when my hands start wigging out and need like a kind of a workout and a stress ball at the same time. But we're going to look at two of these things. So here are the two things we're going to look at. So one of them is Bolt by Lockatron. That's a name, right? You expect this to be a Transformer or something. I don't know if Transformer the robot or Transformer as an electrical transformer, although it's probably closer to the later, but you see what I mean. This is completely Bluetooth. There is no traditional key system in here. You have to use a digital interface in order to interact with this. So that's one of the ones here. And the other one, if I can even fit this on here, because that's what she said, is the Kevo. I hope I pronounced this right. Is it Kevo? Kevo? They have a little indent thing. Maybe they're trying to be French. I don't know. This is a second generation smart door lock by the infamous crappy company known as Kwikset. Although that is eventually going to, there's Kwikset. Although that, saying that, and what I'm going to tell you about what this is probably going to bite me in the ass later. Can you say Death Trap? Yes. I'm going to bring up a bunch of issues with these, but we're going to unbox these first. Now, if you have anything you want to add, and just wait until I start talking about problems with these, like not even just these two particular models, like Bluetooth RFID locks in general, type it in chat, I'll read them out. I kind of now wish that I probably should have had you like on Discord or something, but we'll think about that. I have to battle through the show anyhow, so the first thing I'm going to do here is we're going to unbox both of these, but I'm going to let everyone pick. Which one should we unbox first? Should we unbox the Kevo Kwikset one, or should we unwrap or unbox the Bolt by Lockatron? I'm going to look in chat to see here. Let's see. Yeah, no, we get that a lot. There's a whole security certificate thing with GitHub that we are still currently trying to resolve. It's not currently, as far as we know, it's not a major thing, but you know, the website normally doesn't have any JavaScript and stuff like that. We try to keep it really simple and really clean, but that's been a thing. We even had an issue with this for a while on the old website. Now we're trying to figure it out with the GitHub hosting. So, you know, that's just a thing. Thank you for letting us know. Thank you for letting me know and letting us know. But we already know about the issue. Honestly, it's probably going to get resolved in early March because unless he works on it remotely, our awesome person who programs the website, Saracel, is out of town for like roughly a month due to personal reasons. It's nothing anything to do with DEFCON 201. It's just an emergency and had to run out. So probably early March, hopefully that will get resolved unless he's working on it remotely. We are going to look at GitHub stuff, but what I would love for chat to do is pick which one of these are we going to do first. Which one are we going to look at first? Less immediately horrifying. Yeah, I'm actually going to get into that in a bit, but I want to know in chat which one should we box first. If I don't hear of anything, I normally don't do this stuff in real time, but if I don't hear anything in like 30 or so seconds, I'm just going to pick one, okay? So, like I said, we have two here. We're going to look at both, but I want to know in chat which one should we dismantle first. This Kwikset second generation Kevo smart lock, which has a traditional keyhole, or the Bolt by Lockatron. And remember the Lockatron name because there's kind of something funny about that I found out when researching these, which is purely, this is just a deadbolt, and there's no traditional keyholes or anything. Now it says quickset first. Anyone want to object? Do we want to do quickset? Or does someone want to vote for Bolt? Going once? Going twice? 3 times the lady? Any of those 2 things? We're going to do the Final Jeopardy theme, and then we'll go. Watch, we're going to get, like, flagged by the DMCA for me just humming this. And don't ask me which year, because I know there's 3 different years of Final Jeopardy, but screw it. Also, R.I.P. Alex Trebek. 2 votes for Quickset. Okay, seems like the Quickset, so I'm going to temporarily throw this guy back here. And I'll actually be able to sit down and do this, because this will be funny. Okay, so, this piece of shit. See, I'm going to, like, dunk on this because I'm used to Quickset stuff, and then when I try to pick it, Quickset's probably going to get its revenge on me. So yeah, so this is, as you can see here, and by the way, because of the nature of this episode, I'm not going to have the close-up cam for everything. This is the Quickset Kevo, 2nd generation Kevo, which we'll look at their website later in a moment, is an entire line of just, oh, and I realized I accidentally didn't put the stinger on, that's weird. Is an entire line, if I remember correctly, Kevo is the dedicated line, or Kevo is the entire dedicated line for Quickset for all of their Bluetooth IoT doorknobs and door boxes. Man, my brain is not working today. And I've already taken the plasticine off on all of these, and as you probably see in the picture, I have taken this apart, but I actually don't know what the rest of the box is. I just know the actual door lock here. So we're going to look through this. So first of all, there's a fancy sleeve. And now, this is what I'm going to find hilarious, right? Because something that you will notice, now I don't have packaging from like a full doorknob or deadbolt. The closest is if you go back to when I did the whole master lock weird quick key save thing. But what I find really funny is that even doorknobs and deadbolts usually come in packages like this, or they're just cardboard, and there's 2 plastic stickers, and you pop them open and take the whole thing out as our co-founder awkwardly walks by, and it's just really basic dumb AF packaging. What I find hilarious about all these Bluetooth ones is that because it's Bluetooth and it's technology, they have this, and also expensive, they have this super fancy presentation here, because like watch this, right? So there's a flap in the front, like she does, and it's like this whole crazy pop-up. Oh, look at that! Like this, you don't see this in locks, unless you like get like a Dom lock or like some like fancy European like high security lock company. You don't see packaging like this. It like literally. So we have this thing where one of the reasons why a lot of people do lock sport stuff, well, the primary reason is because it's fun. But a big reason is that most lock companies have not upgraded any of their lock systems in the past, like, 1 billion years. And Night Owl could literally froth at the mouth in chat about that. If I remember correctly, I believe Lockpicking Lawyer literally has a video, and we're going to see actually one of his videos later, where he has a master lock that I believe was from, I think, either the 1950s or 60s. And it's the same 4 pins, 2 pins are offset on the shear line, instant rake lock that you can get now, except now they use ball bearings instead of locking pawls. And one of the reasons why a lot of the Locksport stuff is so public, and why there's tool meetings, and again, I'm not speaking for Tool, but why there's tool meetings and Locksport groups and stuff like that, and why they make this very public, is because lock companies haven't evolved. Like, if you look at a pure security perspective, a lot of them are using the same techniques, and a lot of them have the same. I mean, how many times have we looked at the clone, for example, the Master Lock 175? There's literally 1 billion clones, not only within Master Lock, but from other companies. And that's because, again, when people get a padlock or a doorknob, they think it's the way I've described it is what did my brain just died. Guy who runs Last Week Tonight, John Oliver said about, imagine like a woman who saw a penis and then thought that that was the biggest and or smallest penis that could ever be. That's what people do with locks, is that they get a lock for their locker or their doorknob or whatever, and they think that's the strongest lock that exists. And basically lock companies predate on that. They predate on public ignorance, and it's not like the public's willingly stupid. Again, I've taught, and many others have taught, particularly at Tool, many people on how locks work. And people find it fascinating, and then they know how to shop for locks and stuff. It's literally because of the way lock companies' marketing and our social structures that they haven't evolved. And then I'll read the chat in a moment. I'm going to explain why this fancy presentation, because it's going to keep getting fancier as we pull this apart. Basically, most lock companies, in my opinion, are in the opposite position up until maybe extremely very recently to computer security. Computer security runs everything. Google needs computer security, Yahoo, Amazon, Facebook, all world government, all banking systems, sex stores, illegal mafia organizations, all need and run on electric networking security stuff. So unlike lock companies, they have to, unless you're the medical field because they're stupid, very up-to-date, insane bug bounties, the idea that bug bounties even exist, all that sort of stuff. So what I find fascinating is that usually when you get something from Kwikset, again, it comes in the type of crappy packaging like this master lock right here, except maybe it's just cardboard, and you could just like use a knife, get 2 stickers, pull the thing out. It's a very howdy-doody this old house. But now that it's Bluetooth, now that it's modern electrical security, it's all fancy, and it has all these like computer hackers and updates and wow. So I just wanted to explain a bit, as we're going to take this whole packaging apart, why the packaging looks the way it does. And let me quickly read chat. Just read up on these. I have an NFC implant in my right hand that could probably be used to open these. I have a few theories. Again, I'm going to do tests of how I get in here, but that might be a good one vector point. Obviously, I don't have and I don't plan on getting implantables, or at least anytime soon, but that's one thing. Night Owl wrote, locks come in 3 different types of packaging. One is the trade packaging, boring brown, white boxes, minimal trade dress. 2 is the carded, clamshell packaging for hanging onto hooks. And 3 is shelf packaging, which are fancy-looking boxes displayed on a shelf. That's completely true. I just want to highlight that I have bought, because it's going in my training kit, doorknobs and stuff like that. And unless I'm looking at like actual like noted, like they actually, when they say high security, they actually mean it locks. There's like a night and day between, for example, like I said, a lot of the Kwikset packaging for their locks and these locks. And that's literally because, in my opinion, it's because they have the Bluetooth tech in them. So now they're not going for general audience lock standards or even security physical lock standards. They now have to match info and network set or IoT type standards, hence the crazy packaging. Now, the funny thing is that lock companies used to run public, bug bounty style chats in the 18th, 19th century. There's a whole thing about where the term full disclosure came from and all this sort of fairs and stuff. And then they just went complete Google capital corporate, both in a greedy corporate way and a stupid corporate way at the same time, and it all went apart. But let's go to continuing opening this guy, and I'm actually going to move this to the side so that way this whole interior blue clamshell thing is not in the way. So there's a little cover here I'm going to put, and the first thing you actually see is this door lock. Now, when you look at it, if you've seen particularly what's known as a smart key rekeying Kwikset system, this honestly doesn't look that much different. And from what I understand, they did that by design. If you, again, we don't have the close-up camera, but you'll notice kind of this shiny piece of plastic around the edge. If we had this properly plugged in, the only way you'd be able to tell, unless you actually looked at it and you knew what you were looking at, for most people, is that this glows up when you touch it, because this has the same sort of touch sensing, the way like if you get a lamp and you can just poke the metal and it turns on and turns off. It has the same sort of touch sensor, and when you do that, they have a LED indicator ring to let you know when it's processing, you know, open, not open, things like that. Last public challenge in the U.S. was Medico's standing challenge for compromising their original design, which was claimed in the 1970s. Yes, that was the biggest publicly known last one of like an actual open bug bounty for lock systems, which is why, again, with these Bluetooth locks, especially if they catch on, I'm pretty sure Niall's also going to be like, well, or I doubt it, which I'd agree with him too, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see more of a return to that, because again, the nature of these guys. And that's the other thing that you'll notice is when you look at sort of the back innards, looks very similar to these sort of not only the quickset design, but the whole rekeying system here, except there's a wire with a minibus sort of interface on it that's highlighted in this nice baby blue, which again also matches the packaging. And these are like, this is really done by design to make it really look like a normal lock that you would see every day. Let's see, the mechanical core of the Kevo is standard quickset smart key cylinder and electronic smart. And the electronic smarts are housed in the interior module. Yes, that's actually what's underneath here. And I'm going to explain very briefly about the smart keying system later, because that's going to be explaining why I don't have the skill to pick this yet. As replay protection, we will look into that in a moment. So when you get here, because there's even more of the packaging, you have a bunch of instruction manuals, including, this is the English side, the drilling template. This is probably something that a lot of people who identify as bottoms probably should give out, a nice drilling template here, which is basically how to cut the hole in the door. Because I had to explain this to my ex-neighbors where they were like, I told them like, hopefully these locks will fit, and they're like, they were basically confused, and I had to explain to them, people cut doors differently, and also a lot of people fuck up cutting doors. So just because you have a lock and there's like a weird semi-standard, vaguely, on how to cut holes for doors, that doesn't mean that they did it in that standard or that they did it even correctly. So that's why now they started including these slips. I've even seen these on non-smart models of like, how do you actually cut the hole in the door for the lock? Oh, cool. Hi, Dark Arts Lockpicking. See, here's the crazy part real quick. So, little sneak peek. So in May will be the anniversary of the Master of Unlocking, this show. And originally this was going to happen in December, but I ran out of time, because I do. And then I decided, you know what, we'll move it to the anniversary of the show. So I will say, because Dark Arts is on here and Night Owl, I'll probably be messaging you folks around either late March or early April about that, because I kind of want to see, I'm pretty sure you folks remember when they had like the All-Stars of Lockpicking for OneCon, like they literally had, well not, I mean that's debated, but they had Deviant Olum, Lockpicking Lawyer, Bosnian Bill, and Locknoob all on the same time, and they were just picking locks and chatting about their channels and their career and what they do. I kind of want to do something similar, but I want to see how far we can push it, or as I'm kind of hinting, I kind of want to see how many lock sporters we can put in one episode. So, but that's still something I'm working on. Hopefully, earliest late March, but probably sometime in early April. I will contact everyone in Dark Arts Lockpicking. I love your work and your channel, and of course, my mentor Night Owl. You will be one of my high prime targets to message when the time comes. So let's get back into this whole thing. Those templates have been a standard thing since the 60s. Yes, that's what I mean. There is a standard, but for some reason, sometimes there's lock variances where they have like different hole cutouts, and again, which we found out with our building, they also can just cut the holes wrong. So I just want to point out that that's one of the many reasons why they have these slips, is because, you know, there's supposed to be a standard for cutting a hole in the door, and people can't even get that right. But again, you're all supposed to wear a mask and stay 6 feet apart, and you see how that turns out. So, Just want to get through that. But anyhow, we have a lot more manuals. This is something you're going to notice when we unbox the other thing too. There are a lot. This is the parts in the box, as it's called. There are a lot of manuals. Like usually when I get lock stuff, there's usually just one giant fold out that has all the information on there. And not only does this have like kind of each individual manuals for all the different stuff, and I believe this is in this compartment, so I'm going to leave that here. But because of the Bluetooth and stuff, because of what this lock is, you have a lot more crazy manual stuff. And this is my favorite. Because it's Bluetooth, you have a fucking terms and conditions sheet. This is all the legal eagle stuff. This is stuff that this is basically the other job part of the lockpicking lawyer. Yes, my camera is not that great because we're still trying to get new, better cameras that are compatible with our system. But yeah, this lock actually has terms and conditions, and I'm pretty sure the reason is because, again, they have the Bluetooth logo. That's a standard, FCC, all of that. So on top of all the ridiculous lock regulations, they also need all the normal FCC and Bluetooth and all of those sort of regulations as well. Now it says the basic standard is 2 1/8 through bore and a 1 cross bore. The main difference is the back set. Yeah, distance from center to the door. Those vary between 2 3/8 or 2 3/4 or 5. That's exactly why, and you won't see this here, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think you're going to see this here. But when I had to do the doorknob, and if I record putting in the new doorknob, you'll see this. Quickset, and I think other companies, particularly Quickset, has a standard sort of, I'm going to screw up this term, but basically the actual latch mechanism inside the door, where because it varies between the spacings on the actual volume inside the door, you can either make it snubbed or make it its full length. That's its 2 modes, so you can have the bolt and the lock be centered. And so instead of coming up with 2 different ones and you're like, oh, fuck, I have the long one and I need the snub one, you have to go back and get it. They made it so you can extend the bits on them, so basically one size fits all. If that was the thing in the 50s and 60s when they used a narrower through bore. Yep, Niall's correct with that. So let's get to the meat here. And this is what Niall was talking about earlier. Like a Hot Pocket, this thing has a sleeve thing, and like a Hot Pocket, that's one of my cousins. He still owes me $5. This is the main electronics here. This is what goes on. So if this is the outside of the door, or basically the part of the door where you want to have the security and the interface, this is the inside, so the door would be in between, and this is where it would line up. And this wire, because again, most of this, I mean, there is, I believe, a motor in here, but most of this is, I would say about 80% of this is still like mechanical, traditional lock. The most electronics, when you hook it up, is in this big unit right here, which, you know, you have your inner door latch here that kind of, you know, works exactly the way a deadbolt latch would. And this faceplate is not really on here. So now this is the one I was told by my roommate that bought this that I can kind of take this out of the way I want. Yep, there we go. So this was on here like this, and I kind of moved it back, and that plate's falling off. So you can see there's that little metal prong nub there. That's the connector that I believe this is what this blue guy might connect to. Keyword might. Again, I haven't really, this is my first time seeing all of this. I did this on purpose, so, you know, this is not one of the, this is more of like a, ooh, let's explore rather than like experimentation. Here are the A and B latches here, I believe. There's some screws on here. I might be able to actually take that bit off later. And then this guy keeps wanting to fall off. That is the cover for the rest of the this bolt here, this metal piece here that will turn the actual bolt on this side. Now, I'm kind of curious here because, okay, actually, let's get through the rest of this, and then I want to revisit this. And it's funny because I have the screwdriver, so yay. Put the sleeve thing over here. There should be nothing left. Yeah, there's nothing left around the bottom. This is just mostly space. Dark Art says, it's funny when they put all this amazing tech into locks, but still use low security pin tumblers, put a Medico in there, and you're talking. Yes, I will bring up, because I am going to try to pick this one. I'm going to be brutally honest, and I'm going to try. I'm always hoping every time I do this, but I doubt I'm going to pick this open just because of my skill level. Again, that's why I say the disclaimer in the beginning. Master of Unlocking is the name of the show. I am not ranked in as master of any form thing. I'm learning like with everyone else. One of these days, I'm actually probably going to go through the Lockpickers United, or our lockpicking rank belt system thing on stream just to see how far I can go. But I always have a hard time picking these, and it has nothing to do with the Bluetooth or anything, and I will get into that at the end. So near the end is where you're going to actually see me physically pick this thing. But the reason why I cleared this space out here is, remember that manual that had all the individual parts? I believe this is the part drawer. Look how fancy. And yep, here's all the different parts that are there. Here's what I was talking about. Yeah, so this is just a big bag of parts. And then we have, interesting, we have 2 of these. I'll show you this in a moment. This is the O-fitting ring that I believe, yep, that fits on there, such as like that. That's what that ring is for. Wow, this is like the biggest table we have right here, and I'm running out of space. And I wonder why, because I always like all the lock people, I'm jealous because they have like 50 feet of space, probably because, again, they do, a lot of these people also do actual locksmithing, and I just have this like tiny ass table. But yeah, this is what I was talking about before. This is the bolt. So they have a bolt that has the actual cover built in here, and then they just have one that's just there's a reason why I'm sighing. Alright, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to give everyone a couple of seconds to laugh or groan when I say this. Get this out of the way, because it's Locksport. One of the things about locksmithing and Locksport is it's just like running wires. You are going to talk about innuendos whether you like to or not, because of the nature of this job. So make all of your cut and uncut jokes right here. We good? Okay, we're good. Let me read chat. This is picking a smart lock is, yeah, it's very tricky. A smart key is a very tricky thing, but decoding them is fairly trivial. Yeah, and if you've seen the Lockpicking Lawyers video, which we might also see at the end, there's an expensive but newer tool that fits into most or almost all quickset keyways that will actually allow you to take a picture of the inside of it so you could decode it. Of course, then your problem too, or at least in my end as a problem, would be then cutting the keys for these things. But yes, and there's a drive bolt and those designed to be hammered into the door. Yep. These are, and if I can do this, let me look at this, because this is actually a system I haven't seen. There we go. So this one's a twist. So that's what I said. So there's one setting. I believe this is sort of what I call the snub setting. So if you were in the door, that would be in the middle here, and then you can line this up. Phallic time. Or not. There we go. And you'd be able to line this up in the door. But what if, like, the center cut on the door is way the hell over here? Well, you would just twist this. And now it's longer. This is its maximum length. And so if you realize, oh, it's too short, you can then, instead of, like, having two different one of these, and then it really does go only one way, and then finding out. Sorry, I'm being a bit of a Neanderthal here. Sometimes that happens on this show. Yep. So that's what I was talking about earlier with the two sides. Just the older quickset models have like a little latch that you move over. This is the other variant that I've seen where it's like a twist where you can do the twist and you do the twist. Yep, the backseat adjustment. Again, we're going to be covering a lot more locksmithing things. I'm still learning those particular terms. So that's why I'm actually kind of glad Niall is here, so you can be like, no, you didn't come poop. This is the actual name for the thing. And my hands already, you can't smell through here, but they already smell like grease. And so before we continue on, I do want to say, because since we're going to be doing more of these, and by the way, it's just my glasses. That's what I did there when I moved the hand. Something important, because I also used to do a lot of soldering. I plan to get back into it. Hopefully we can make a show out of this where all of us at DEFCON 201 can participate. Yep. I mean, this is not, I mean, this is the thing. You can't, I can feel it. You can't really see it on my hands, but there is a certain level of, like, it's actually really fine, smooth grease But this happens. And I'll probably be looking at some locks later where, I mean, we looked at the club earlier where that grease wasn't even part of the lock system. That was just because it was sitting in someone's garage for like 20 years. Over 20 years. God, I'm old. So more like 35, 38 years. Anyhow, and that is, there's a thing I tell people about soldering that a lot of people don't get, which is that the solder has a lot of bad chemicals in it. So if you're soldering and you have like an itch on your face, or like you're soldering and then you're hungry, you stop the soldering, you go to the bathroom, you wash your hands with soap thoroughly, dry them off, then eat or poke your eyeballs or do other things, then go back to the soldering. And I use the same advice here. When you're taking apart locks like these, don't immediately go eating food afterwards. Don't start poking the inside of your eyeballs or licking your thumbs and stuff. You're going to get bad chemicals in your body. Wash your damn hands. Especially, again, we're in COVID times. Wash your damn hands for this, okay? Just letting you know. So that's most of the box here. I just want to look at the back of this guy. Okay, so there's actually... I forgot. So this cover here, that fancy cover also has another use. If you turn it over, this is the quick set guide. Right all here. Right here. Yep, never rub your eyes when your hands are covered in lead-free pewter shavings. Yeah, because again, there's no lead in it. It still has a lot of other chemicals in it that are bad. But that's pretty much all the stuff here. Now, what I am curious about, hopefully I don't break the thing. I'm going to put this down on the floor. And then we will look at the bolt system and then continue on with this episode. Might take like a small 2-minute break or something, probably to wash my hands. If we look back here and we take off this cover, there seems to be screws. There's tinier screws here, and then there's 4 big screws here. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to use this as, I think it's actually more stable without this. I'm just curious about what's inside of it. This is where most of the grease comes from, by the way. I'm going to see, it's probably too big. We're going to find out. Yep, this is too big. So, unless G.I. Jack gives me a smaller screwdriver, I'll take a look at this guy later. But yeah, that was that's the Kivo here that we took apart. We got to unbox, take apart. So now I'm going to really embarrassingly just move everything off screen here, semi-off screen, and we're going to take a look at the other Bluetooth thing that we have, and then we're going to kind of get into, again, an overview, and Night Owl could probably chime in, especially since, I hope I don't screw up me describing this, but Night Owl is actually a practicing locksmith in New York City, and that's where his license is. So, again, this is lock sport for me. I do this as a hobby. I do this for fun. I do this because I've legit been in situations that are not illegal, particularly with other people who have really bad situations or are truly in trouble, where my skills have come in handy, including, to be honest, not law enforcement, but like first responders. And that's where my background comes in. I'm unfamiliar with, and we went over this when we talked about community stuff, the locksmithing side of it. So anything that Night Owl chimes in about the locksmithing point of view when we talk about all this stuff, especially the guys in chat, is always very much appreciated. So I'm going to, let's see, it's going to be a circuit board, and yep, circuit board, small motor. It's just because this is a live streaming show, I just wanted to take it apart, because one, I like taking things apart, and 2, I just want to show it on camera. But if we do a mini break, I might ask G.I. Jack to see if he has a smaller, which he should, screwdriver that I could use just so that we can look at it. But in the meantime, here's the other one. So this is Bolt by Lockatron. This one is slightly high.
Let me see it. If I can, I'll see if I can do the screwdriver.
You should. I think it's that like yellow kit that you have.
Oh, you just try turning around the other side?
But it just has a straight.
No, pull the whole rod out. No, yeah, pull that silver thing out and turn around.
Oh, didn't know I had that.
You're welcome. Well, now you do.
It kind of makes me worried about what other phallic things that you have that can do that.
funny question you asked. That's for a different stream.
Let's see.
Oh.
And does that fit? Yep, that fits. Okay, so before we do the bolt, see, I always learn something new on this goddamn show. Because most of these that I've had, they have an interchangeable bolt, but it's only one size. So it's nice to know that Jack's screwdriver can change sizes at will. I'm pretty sure I've seen hentai there like that. So let's try. Yep, it's turning. We're going to look at the innards of this guy, circuit board and motor. Now, another bad thing, and I'm going to try to keep all the nails together. I can already hear like Matt Al being like, ah! And in fact, I'm actually going to put it in this sort of indent in the table, so that way it's very least like chance of rolling away on me. I've also like clipped some of my nails. So I always hate that. It's like right when you're doing any manual thing, right when you clip your nails, that's when it's like, oh, you need to have like nails in order to grab small, tiny computer parts and stuff, and you're like, eh. Phillips 1 and a Phillips 2. I think that should cover this on here. Whoop. Oh, it's magnetic. Was it magnetic? No, they're not magnetic. It's just stuck in there. By the way, so like I was saying once on our, I think this was our, it was either, I think it was our December meeting I said this. Yeah, because we had now on our December meeting. One of the reasons why I do this live is because, and by the way, Night Owl, I know he's been really busy, but he also has a YouTube channel. If he wants to drop that in the chat at any time, he can. Or his Twitter. But he also used to do, when he was less busy, live streams on his Twitter. And the thing about it, and it's not a diss against them at all, it's just the nature of what they do and why they're doing their channels. A lot of the people that you see with Locksport on the internet, it's not just like, sometimes when I'm on here, I'm already way familiar with the techniques, like look at the decoding episode, the tubular lock episode, things like that. But even then, all the videos are edited so they get right to the point, which makes sense. Again, you're on YouTube, you need to do all this. But what you don't see is, like, if they're unfamiliar with something, a lot of times what you don't see is the experimentation of just opening up and trying to do all this stuff. And this is why a lot of lock pickers out there and people who do lock sport, I mean, some of them are gods, but this is why they seem a lot more godly than they actually are. And again, it's not a diss on them, it's just the nature of their platform and why they're doing their channel, is that you don't see, like, me not realizing the screwdriver has two bit sides, and, you know, being unfamiliar with certain terms and stuff. Like, I'm literally doing this live because this is the unglamorous part of doing this. And Commander also does this, and G.I. Jack, we all do this on the live stream, where even when we're good at the subject, you're going to see, like, when I do locks and, like, a freaking spring flies out and dislodges my eyeball, or where we forget to enter sudo in a command line. And we literally do that on purpose, not just because sometimes we're idiots, especially me, but also because to kind of show that, hey, we're learning too, we're human, we make mistakes. If we could do this out, or at least do that, like, the hacker methods and scientific methods to do this stuff, you can too, because we all started from somewhere. That's one of the reasons why we like to do this live and show, like, our guesswork and mistakes on screen. Yep, that's that Al's YouTube channel. Twitter, you probably should follow. Why should we follow you? And thank you, KHM3R, for following us on Twitch. I hope you like this. Again, I always forget to spiel. If you do like the content that you see so far, we're going to get into more content in a moment. You can hit that bell, like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. Kamai? That's why I pronounce it just KHM3R, because I'm an American and I can't read. But yes, thank you for following us on Twitch. If you do like what you see on here, no matter what platform you're on, you could click like, subscribe, hit that bell on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. Because you can't, unfortunately, really do that on PeerTube, Invidious, or Facebook. And if you're on Facebook, that means you're already in our Facebook group. And when you do, I get notifications, as you saw there. I cheer people on. Same thing if you send us lemons on D Live, or bits on Twitches, or super chats on YouTube, even though I think I'm still setting up that system. A note about DLive, real quick. If you notice that bar above for the 83, I have 100 followers. We have way more than 100 followers on Twitch. That is the DLive followers. I'm trying to get to 100 followers on that channel because I have another show called Crypto Barons where we look at cryptocurrency and blockchains as technologies and like code and stuff, and not really much as markets. And there's a status on DLive called Crypto Superstar when you finally get 100 followers, because we qualify for everything else on there, that allow me to do more with Crypto Barons and the general DLive channel. So that's what that bar is. So if you know anyone on DLive, tell them to just follow us. If you're on DLive, please follow us. It costs you nothing. Usually if you see us on Crypto Barons, we usually give out lemons on there, which is sort of like the in-currency of DLive. And that's why that bar's up there, so I thought I would explain that. And also, like we've been doing in chat, if you have any questions or comments, as long as you're not being a super jerk, please let us know. I love talking to people in chat. Otherwise, as I always say, keep lurking, keep learning. Yes, I know. We follow you. Thank you for following our YouTube. I do know that we follow you on Instagram, and we love seeing all like the new crazy stuff we come up with. All right, so this whole piece here should come off. There's the circuit board. Goes over the motor, so that's like the button there and the interface, and there's like a little it's like I guess maybe those are two lights on there. Trying not to touch the circuit board because again it's like the stuff on there. And thank you Nat Al for putting our Twitter on there. We have a whole link tree with our social media stuff. I'll actually type that again in chat real quick, which means I'll have to wipe the keyboard later. I'm also really happy because I had to do everything so fast today that I was unable to go to our lockpicking and post that I'm doing this episode. So I'm actually really happy with the chat and how many people are on here for me skipping that step, which to me always feels very crucial. So yeah, I'm just trying to see how this board is on here. Oh, okay. That comes off now. This is the battery pack at the bottom here. It takes, I think these are AA's, 4 AA's battery packs. Nice to know that AA's are still being used. Just want to check something in here. Because unless it's glued down, which it's might, that's probably why. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to slip this overall cover back on. I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to see if I can take these back screws off, and then we will go for the bolt. I don't know if Cyril's watching this right now, but I hope I'm not making him sweat because I know he wants this back. That's the other reason why I'm being really careful with this, because even though we're experimenting on it, I kind of need it all back in one piece. So I'm going to put these on this ridge so I know how to screw everything back together, which I think I am going to do the 2 to 3 minute break on here just so I can reassemble this and clear the table off, and we can do like the rest of all of this. Yep, 4 AA's, because remember my brain's not working today. Is a standard thing for, yep, standalone electronics. What type of Bluetooth devices? This is the, Quickset makes a product line called Kivo. We're looking at Bluetooth and RFID locks today, like as a primer. We're not going to do anything. That's why we're mainly unboxing and taking them apart. Because I don't have the tools and software set up yet to try to Bluetooth bork these. But we're looking at Bluetooth and RFID locks, basically electronic based locks. And this is one that's made by Quickset. It's a 2nd generation Kivo door smart lock. And because these have easy to access screws, I'm kind of taking the whole thing apart right now just to show you all what it kind of looks like on the inside, because I can tell you right now, I probably won't be able to do that for the bolt, because I've seen someone take apart the bolt lock, and it's hilarious on what they had to do in order to take that thing apart. Nope. It's like Google Stadia controller levels of crap. And then later on, I'm actually going to try to pick this particular lock, and I'm kind of explaining why I'm probably not going to be very successful at doing it. But yeah, all right, so let's see how careful I can be. So I'm going to take the cover that we already took off. So I'm trying to feel what's holding, because it feels like there's like 2 clamps or something that are holding this down. I just don't want to like drop and break the thing, that's all. Or maybe it, it's these two at the bottom. Is that what these A and B? Ah, that's what these might be. Maybe? No, I think. So this is where I'm like a Zoolander caveman, where I'm like, the files are in the computer, you know. So I'm sorry if I seem like you guys are probably like doing the like the Brad Pitt or whatever it is thing where he's like pointing at the TV like, no, you're supposed to do it that way, and like I'm just here like round peg in square hole. So again, I apologize if this kind of sees. Again, this is like the unglamorous side of doing this sort of stuff. Doesn't go up. Because it seems like there's trying to figure out how this clip design works. Is this one of those things where I have to, let me try something with the screwdriver and hopefully I don't break anything. This might be one of those things where I have to push the prongs in. I'm going to find out. Yep, I have to push the prongs in. That was one prong. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not doing the whole thing. I just want to see literally how far I can go. It feels like there are two prongs in here that are holding this thing together. I already pushed one prong. There we go. Because I want to see if I can slide this whole thing out. To some degree. Aha! Okay, I see why. Alright, so I think we're probably going to stop it here because we have a physics limit right now. And that physics limit, although I might be able to circumvent this, let me try. I'm so glad it's not connected, so I'm like, whoa, you know? Because there's a wire that's in the way from me removing all of it. There we go. Aha! Success. There's all like the paste and glue. So this is the bottom of it. You can see, I think that's the microcontroller on the back of it, and more of like the internal motors. And I could technically pull this off the board, except this wire is soldered directly to the board. So that is pretty much as far as I'm able to pull that away from the board. Otherwise, I could show you the entire board. And again, also, it is not my job to completely decimate this thing, because I kind of want it to go back in almost one piece here. So I'm now going to vaguely kind of put everything back together as best as I can. Probably causing Saracel to really have a heart attack. That's also why I was careful walking around, like I'm not wearing any socks or anything, because I didn't want like static electricity to like build up and like drive everything crazy. There we go. So let's see. I'm going to do this cover first, just so that I have a solid backing and I don't have to worry about the circuit. That's interesting. Okay. Huh. I just noticed something in here. There's two holes that are designed for screws, but there's no screws on the side for this. Also, I put the wrong cover on. This is the cover. Line up with those holes. Okay. And I'm going to screw all this back on. So this is probably going to be the most boring part, if we're going to be completely honest here. But again, I want this in like a mostly working order. Cool of you. Thank you for posting that, Night Owl, because wrong head. Wrong head. Because I was going to bring up Lockpicking Lawyer's video of, I know I say him a lot. He's actually unfortunately going to cameo a bunch of times in this episode, because after I unbox the bolt, we are going to go into the, there we go. We're going to go into the bolt, deadbolt. That's why it's called a bolt. See, this is why I'm going to drink some of my McDonald's Pango Bye-Bye juice shortly. But yeah, after that, it's going to be a lot of like, I'm going to eventually attempt to handpick this, and then I was just going to cringe at me watching, of just like, you know, this is pathetic. But yeah, and he already, I know I have to at least show one Lockpicking Lawyer thingamabob when it comes up, like one particular thing when I'm talking about stuff. But thank you for sharing that image, because I will bring that up in the second segment about this, because this is where we're going to go in the primer about the Bluetooth tech itself and what a quickset rekey is, because I'm not going to do a full thing about what it is, because that is going to be its own dedicated episode when I get the other non-Bluetoothy quickset in there. Something off about one of these screws right now. It's also nice to know that I'm getting like roughly the same amount of people, maybe slightly less, especially without going to our lockpicks. I'll probably post the aftermath of this video on our lockpicking, but it's nice to see that I get the same amount of people in science technology, because I usually broadcast this in. See, here's the problem with Twitch in particular. Twitch does not have a. Twitch, unfortunately, does not have a, it's actually kind of like an ammo case for a gun. It's like, armed. But yeah, Twitch does not have a category that's just like electrical engineering, which it should. That would get most of the making and crafting people that are, and I love these people. There's a bunch of people on the making and crafting section of Twitch where all they do is they build keyboards. And I love them. But making and crafting, I mean, you can even see in the logography, was designed for like people knitting and like doing digital art or physical paintings and stuff. It wasn't for people building PCs and keyboards. Like, it's more like for people building Gundams than keyboards. And so they really need like a engineering section that's kind of like a cross between the science and technology and the making and crafting, where you can build PCs and I can show lockpicking and people can fly drones and things like that. You know, metalworking, which is its own subcategory on here. Shit like that. So, yeah. You know, also what's really funny is, I'll say the side story as I put the last screw in. I'm getting acid flashbacks at the time where I had to use this outdated on purpose Seagate. I believe it was a Seagate hard drive, external hard drive for my Wii U. Remember that console? You know, the thing to tell watch you forget that came out and said focus on Nintendo Switch instead. Wait, what did I just do? Huh. Oh, that's to get the backing on. Okay, I think it just stays like this, unfortunately. Because there's no other screws. Wouldn't it be weird if I did this and there was an extra screw? And basically, I thought my hard drive broke, and it turns out that the SATA, the communication between the SATA and the USB was broken. So I had to literally take apart the plastic shell, remove that connection bit that obviously, because you could see it visually fried out, and then I had to order a SATA to USB separately and put, like, every time I take apart like a block case with screws, I get terrible acid flashbacks to that. Oh, that's what the side. Oh, I see. The side screws for these are probably in the bag with all the other pieces of equipment in it. That explains a lot. That really explains a lot. But yeah, we roughly basically put this back together because now I want to unbox the other terrible thing. I'm going to keep this guy here for posterity's sake. As long as the smart key I have is still easy to force open by shearing it. We're going to get into that. Trust me, near the end. Because again, normally we do a lot of I do a lot of physical lockpicking. You can see some of the previous episodes. We are going to get into that. This is going to be one of the weird episodes where I'm literally going to do lockpicking at the end. But yeah, the next unboxing, which will go a lot faster, is Bolt by Lockatron. And again, I want you to remember the name Lockatron because it is going to come. It is going to come. No, it's going to pop its ugly head back up later on when we look at the web browsing stuff that I brought up. So this is a less fancier box in my opinion. Well, first of all, which I find kind of funny, is that I like that there's like a little like door cover plate on the side of it. There's nothing on the other side, but it's this. Also, you can see here, which is on the other box, that you can get the app at the Android and Google Play Store. It'd be really funny if there's a Windows Store logo on here. And it has a bunch of advertising things in the back. It says you can share access on iOS and Android. I love this. Down here it says "Peace of Mind," more like a piece of ass. Bolt uses the same security technologies that keep your online bank account safe, which, you know, considering I've literally had my bank account just by itself like no one compromised, like no one stole my credit card or anything. I've literally had 5 times where my bank has contacted me and been like, "Oh, there was a breach, but don't worry, you didn't lose any money. It's just all these other people lost $1 billion." And it's like, huh? Don't say things like that. Receive a notification when your child unlocks the door using their phone, because that's not creepy at all. That's already creepy that parents can do that. Never mind, what if like an Epstein gets to this? Like, just, no. Keyless entry by Sense. With lock sets, your door unlocks with you as you return home. Choose between fully automated security Sense proximity unlock and pin secured Sense notifications. That's weird, and I think I know why. This is actually the creepy thing. There's a control from anywhere. I'll show that off in a video later. Powerfully smart. Bolt uses 4 AA batteries, so it's just like the other ones, which lasts up to 6 months and will let you know when they run out on low. Bolt connects directly via Bluetooth 4.0, will work during power and Wi-Fi outages. And apparently it's also easily customizable. With Bridge, you can control Bolt through incredibly simple API endpoints. Bolt works with a growing number of popular third-party apps and devices. See, again, we literally just got these earlier in the week, so I haven't had time to do research on this. So when we revisit this, because I am going to revisit this, that's going to be a fun pathway to this. And then I'll read the comments. I just want to take its sleeve thing off. I noticed this pattern where they really like the sleeve things. I guess someone's a fan of hot pockets at lock companies. But yeah, that's the inside of it. Let's see. Newer versions are somewhat more resistant to shearing attacks, but still a good design for high risk or high use circumstances. Again, thank you. That is true. We are going to get that. Bluetooth locks are the equivalent to electronic firearms in my mind. Untrustworthy. It won't work when you need them. Yep, exactly. That's what we're going to get into basically in the second half. So this is the inside. You notice that has like a cute little mirror on like kind of what's on the outside of it to some degree. And this also has this fun folding thing. As you can see, it's a little bit plainer box design. I feel like I'm getting proposed to every time I open one of these. So the first thing you're going to obviously notice is this is the bolt. This is it. Let's see if I can actually turn this. Oh, it's actually stiff as hell. It's stiff as hell on my hands. Number of times I've had lockout calls for commercial spaces that had battery-powered locks have gone up a lot this year. Yes. I'm going to actually share the same thing that I already knew to some degree about, but I think you put it into words better about what the pain in the asses of these sort of things. And what's neat is, again, this one has a lot more hardware in it in the front part, the Quicks, the Kevlar does, so we actually might have it more in these other parts here, but this sort of look on the inside of it. As you can see, when I turn this, you can see it turns the whole cross-shaped bolt here. We have a black wire and a red wire, so we can literally be hearing it's like the Bob, cut the black wire or the red wire. The black wire, they're ticking. No, I'm just making a really bad joke. And then taped to here is the interface for the other side of the lock. So that's all the pins there, and a nice little rainbow set. Put this aside. It has a little nice welcome message here. This little tray. It says, "Welcome." Let's see if I can pull the whole tray out. This is kind of like Nintendo Labo right here. Look at this. There's a whole welcome message in the dip tray. It's like you can hold 2 bars of soap in here. I'm going to read it to everyone. Welcome. Meet Lockatron Bolt. Smartphone access is just a few steps away. Installing Lockatron Bolt. Following the manual. That's going to be funny when we bring up the thing about Lockatron later. Download the Lockatron app to your mobile device. Register Lockatron Bolt and get ready for keyless entry. Sure, Jan. That old saying, screw the lock, where's the window? Pretty much. A lot of people forget to lock their windows. We have like a little cardboard reinforcement here. Let's pull this thing out. This looks like a VR viewer. This, as I can tell, nice visual language, has the cylinder, the probably the main bolt with the door cover panel, and oh, this is the ring for the cylinder. So you move that. I'm actually going to try something stupid here. I am Cardboard Man. Alright, now that stupidity was out of the way. Now we have a, and this is the one that gets to do for Kipsies. This is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think, I don't have the key for this. I see in here, I believe this is a Schlage. I think this is a Schlage. Ah, I see the cranials in the back. This should be a Schlage. because that's like a whole, we're going to get into this hopefully next episode when things arrive in the mail. There's a big screw in here to take the cylinder apart. And one of my favorite things, by the way, is that I love these cylinder designs. I often call these the tadpoles because they look like a little tadpole goes by. What's the time there? Night? Yep, it is 9:30. We started at 8. I am shocked that I thought this was going to take like 40 minutes, but I saw screws and I could. Thank you, C31412M, all those letters and numbers for M2020. Thank you for following us on DLive. So now we are roughly 15 followers away from getting Crypto Superstar, in which I can do more with our DLive account, Crypto Baron. So thank you for following us on there. Again, it's free to follow on DLive, same way if you follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Very much appreciate that. And, you know, also awesome for everyone who's following us out there. You click that like button, follow, subscribe, and all of us. You also, when you do that, and it's completely free, we're not like affiliate or anything with any of these groups for various legal reasons. But when you do follow us, you probably also, especially if you click the bell and put on all alerts on, like, for example, YouTube, you will get alerts for every time we stream. So even if you don't remember that Master of Unlocking is the first and third Sundays of every month at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, then at least now you will get alerts for those. So if you have a problem remembering things like I do sometimes, that's another reason to subscribe and follow us. And also you'll know when our meeting's coming up. 1:31 p.m. You got lunch p.m. And then, yeah, now it's smiley face 30 p.m. I know it's not 30 p.m. We live on the same coastline. So, yeah, this is a Schleg. I'm pretty confident it's a Schleg, and this is the whole cover for it. It's like a, let's see if I can do this correctly without that. Oh, it's the other way. Happy face. See, this is what it normally looks like, and then when you have the right tools, when you pop this off, you push the tail up, and you can just remove it out. And we have the main bolt here. And if I remember how this works correctly, to be a whole thing here that allows you to extend this, and I can't remember if you need a tool for it or what. Keyword is you should be. Oh, it's right here. You have to kind of like push these in and then slide this forward, if I remember correctly. There you go. That's not going to be our focus here. Let's get to the rest of the box. So just finished dinner a bit ago. I'm prepping for work in the morning. Again, I very much appreciate, you don't have to stay for the entire stream, but I do appreciate that you are on the stream. Now, this is more support. There's nothing in here. This is just cardboard. But what's really neat that I didn't know about is that you get a screwdriver. Is it the same size as the smaller one? Or the big one? It's smaller than the smallest one on here. They're actually slightly smaller, but they look like they're almost the same size. So, yay! I'm probably still going to borrow this when I use regular screws, but at least now I have my own little screwdriver here. That is awesome. So this is, even if this whole thing was bunk, honestly, this has been worth it just for that. And then, well, this is strange. So that's empty. Is there parts missing? Because right here it says there's like a charge plug and this other thing and a screwdriver, but I don't see that in here, so maybe there's parts missing, I don't know. But regardless of that, let's go into here. In here it should be the batteries, the screws, the other cover types, and the key. And again, I'm not using this to secure anything, so I don't mind showing the key bitting on cam. So, first of all, if I can get this out of here, we now have extra 4 AAA batteries, so yay, we can always use those. And then the rest is up here, where we have the screws with the plate. We have, I believe this is the backing plate for the inside here. Goes on one of these ways. So you could, I think, mount it better or something. It's probably up here. Yeah, because I see the screw holes. Probably goes this way. Yep. And then you'd screw those on with the screws. And then we should have our keys. Where's my lockpicking tools? Two Schlegs. keyed the same way. So it seems like, so it seems like there was a high, low, high they were trying to do, and then they gave up. I think that's what they were trying to do. I don't know, but that's neat. Unfortunately, if we have some time left, I might actually pick this Schlage cylinder I came with, because I thought it actually had no traditional keys on it, but I was wrong, because they don't advertise that anywhere in the product listing. So I might actually attempt to pick this cylinder. So I will keep it on the table, but I'm mainly going to focus on this guy, because this guy's going to be a big pain in the butt. So yeah, that was the bolt unboxing. So we just went through the bolt by Locatron and the Kivo by Kwikset. And now, like a good Marvel story, we are going to go into phase 2 of the live stream. Let's see. Now, this is my last purchase, was a bunch of FSIC or F6 tail pieces and some Eurocylinder loading tools. Oh man, I've been trying to get on some, like, I've actually debated of getting Eurocylinder locks and then paying you to do the cutouts so you can see inside the Eurocylinder, so that my training kit has a Eurocylinder practice lock, because it seems like out of all the lock picking stuff that I've seen, the Eurocylinder plastic practice lock that is cut out is the one that, like, never goes back on sale for anything. And I don't mean on sale like a discount. It's like you can't buy the thing for months on end. It's like basically an even worse version of the Sparrow's distatainer thing in terms of availability for that. So I've debated about doing that. So it's funny that you bring up Eurocylinders. Dark Art says, I just got a back from Bunnings. There's a name of a... Is that a store or a town? I'm going to assume that's a store. That's an interesting... But that tells me what, British? Bunnings? Hot buns? That sounds like British. Bought 16 deadbolts today. Yep, Phillips 2 or a JIS. That'll be interesting to kind of look at there. I'm leaning, I think it's probably a Phillips 2. Because again, it looked very similar to the Phillips 2 side, smaller head for this screwdriver. So here's what we're going to do, folks. I want to clear out the table and move some boxes around. And then we're going to look at some online stuff. And then at the end, I'm going to try to pick this guy. And if we have more time, I'll try to just pick this one and probably fail at both, but we'll see. Try to be optimistic here. But I am going to go on. I'm just going to be away for a minute or 3. I'm going to put on some banging music. So I'll be away and we'll be back. And we will finish the rest of the episode. I'm thinking I'm going to try to end this. See, there's a thing we're supposed to watch too. So I really want to say we'll end this at 10. It's probably going to be closer to 11 when I end it, just to warn everybody. 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I mean. I'd love to end it at 10, only be a half an hour, but there is a thing that we have to watch that's, depending which one we choose, will either be like 30 to 40 minutes long, probably closer to 30 minutes. So just warning everyone about that. But I do have to go on break for a couple of minutes just to move stuff around some boxes. So I'll put on some good music. I will be right back. Don't go to anywhere. Master of Unlocking will be back. I'll be back. Again, thank you for all the follows. Thanks for all the chats. Keep going. If you have any questions in chat, still ask them, because I'll answer them on air when I get back in about 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, but probably 3 minutes. And yeah, keep tuned for Master of Unlocking. Enjoy the rock and beats here. Hello, everyone, once again. Hopefully I wasn't gone for too long. You can see my hair is all forms of fucked up. And actually, while I kind of spiel about what we're going to do next on the show, I actually want to quickly go in, and hopefully I can quickly edit this so that if I do get in trouble for no freaking reason by the Twitch gods, it won't bite my ass. Because I was originally going to do that before we started streaming here. And then things happened. Ooh, what's this channel? Am I following this person? I'm going to find out. Nope, following them now. Okay, so let's go to here. So basically, for anyone who, I don't know if anyone tuned in just now, but welcome to the show, Master of Unlocking. I'm Sidepocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are also a... Here we go. We are also a computer hacker maker tinkerer group based in Jersey City, New Jersey, one of the DEFCON groups that are across the United States and around the world. If you want to know more about us, you can go to our website at defcon21.org. We're also all over social media, such as Instagram. Our Twitter is defcon21nj. We're on the Hoostux .social instance of Mastodon. Just pretty much everywhere. And in addition to having a meeting once a month, which now we live stream, because... Oh, I already have this enabled. Good! Okay, I'll have to turn that off in future episodes because I forgot about it, but good! I have that on. Yay! Now I don't have to sweat too much. Let's make this full screen. And actually, let me type the website in. So, DC201 website at this URL. You stare into the abyss that is my afro. And then we have a nice link tree here. If I can type the URL correctly. There we go. We have a... Why did I put a space there? Sidepocket EXE has stopped working. There we go. That's our social media. So you can go there. You can find all of our social media, including our live streams here on Twitch Live and YouTube, as well as recently Facebook and the Diode instance of PeerTube, as well as a cool way to view it on tour. And in addition to our third Friday of every month stream, which for this month will be February 19th, we should have more information about that later this week, about what's going to be in there, and you can see the reflections in my glass. I have like that nerd anime character look where you can see the reflection in my glasses, and I can just be like, you know. We do a bunch of special interest shows, and this one's called The Master of Unlocking. It's where I, once again, Sidepocket, not only one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201, but is also a registered TOOL member, which is TOOOL, that's TOOL with 3 O's, the Open Organization of Lockpickers. You can find them out at TOOL.us, which I will also type into chat here, unless Night Owl evilly beats me to it. There you go. I teach locks. I teach lock security, lock picking, physical security, how that works. And today what we've been covering so far is these look like normal locks, but if I turn it, if you didn't notice the plastic ring already, we're covering Bluetooth and RFID lock systems. And we were unboxing two of them. We unboxed this Quickset Kivo, and then we also unboxed, this is just a normal Schlage, but what we unboxed here is the deadbolt by Lockatron. Now we're in the second part of the episode, which is why you can see my face here, where I have a bunch of web stuff that we're going to look at, including, and I figured out how I'm going to do this, we're going to choose between one of two DEFCON presentations that you folks can watch, while I attempt to pick probably both of these cylinders. And that's something you can watch while in the corner. I'll be picking it. If I open it, I'm going to turn on the mic and scream, "Yeah, I got it open!" Especially if I get the Quickset Smart Key one, because that's a whole ordeal, which I'll get into in a bit. But let's now switch over to that, the second part here. So that's the DEFCON 201 website. As someone brought up before, we do have like a slight issue with the certifying. The sad certifying part of the GitHub because every time we do a website, it seems like we can't get the certs correct. But we are working on it. We know it exists, and we're trying to rectify it as best as we can. No, I actually need the camera up here to point down, because normally I'd move the camera back over to the laptop, but, you know, because otherwise you're at this weird angle where I'm looking up at you, but now this should work. And I just want to shout out thanks to Siricel, not only for getting these Bluetooth locks, but also because, and I hope everyone can hear me out there. If you can't hear me, or if I'm too loud, too soft, too loud, or you have an idea or something you want to shout out in chat, I love talking to the chat. Also, keep lurking, keep learning. And if you want to get further updates of when we broadcast shows like this, or Crypto Barons, which is my other show about cryptocurrency and blockchains, or Archvile Linux Perspective by G.I. Jack, or other co-founder, or Hackle and Commander, or any of the many specials, and our meeting, you can like, share, subscribe, hit that bell, and follow on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. I get notifications for those, and I shout those out. So otherwise, as I always say, keep lurking and keep learning. So yeah, thanks to Siricel not only for getting all these Bluetooth gear for us, but also thanks him for making our website, which runs pretty well, in my opinion. Got better than our previous ones. So let's go through these. So let's look at some of the stuff we were already kind of looking on here. So this is the website. This is Kwikset's website for the Kevo, and yeah, many different products here. The one we're looking at is known as the Kevo Traditional. Doesn't that sound like some weird, like, it's like Kevo Traditional, and then you have the Kevo Orthodox and the Eastern Orthodox and the Kwikset Anabaptist and all the other ones. And the one that was actually missing that we didn't have in our set that I guess now you have to get separately is the key fob, which is another, to me, point of attack here, because what it mainly does, from what I understand, is that it links up to your smartphone, and as you can see, as you can touch the cylinder part, like the same way you would do with a lamp, to open it without taking your phone out and having to go through stuff. If you don't have that, or you don't have your key, you can also use a key fob, which can be another attack vector here of what I'm thinking of and trying to break these things. We're going to try to load up the video here. Let's see how well this goes. It's on YouTube. We're going to see if we can make it work. And then I want to show you another video that if they don't dox themselves here about this, that makes this whole thing genuinely horrifying. Let me switch the sound out here. And let's watch how Kwikset advertises its Kevo product for their Bluetooth-enabled smart locks. What do you want for a snack?
Cupcakes.
Cupcakes.
Yeah, that's great. Excited to see you this weekend, Mom. Bye.
It's going to be a great game today.
First of all, I love kind of the happy-go-lucky, like, cha-cha, like, I hate that, like, when you look up kids' toys, they do that, it's like rice in a bag and xylophone sound that drives me crazy. Yeah, so we're going to go into bits of that again. I wish I could physically show you here how it could be hacked, but because we literally just got these devices, we still need to compile both the digital and physical tools. We're going to show examples. We're going to also have video examples. You are correct that these can be hacked. And you probably know some features there that they point out. So for example, on this, you can touch to open. So you literally can touch, like, you can basically boop any side of this cylinder, and it will then talk to your phone and be able to communicate. It also knows, because of that, who is entering and leaving. You can also open when you're on the inside with your phone. And part of that, too, is, if I remember correctly, there's, I think, there's two different Bluetooth sensors. I think there's one Bluetooth sensor in here and then another in that big unit that we were taking apart earlier. And that way it knows whether the device is on the inside, aka the big unit, or on the outside. So you can't. One of the ways it tries to prevent physical security hacking is if you try to just use your phone to compromise in here, it won't let you if you're facing this side because it'll know that you're from the outside, so you're most likely to be an attacker. It will only enable that if you are from inside and registered. I'm pretty sure there's ways to get around it, possibly trying to hack someone's phone from the inside of the network in order to go through here. But, wow, why is my nose acting up? It's always when my face is on camera, my nose acts up. And I swear to God, I'm not doing drugs or anything. It's just every time I'm on camera, just all the boogers just decide to have a rave block party in my nose. I have no idea why, and it makes me look like I'm crazy, even though I already am crazy. And all of that here. And you can see they have the interior and exterior. This is the second generation. And then it has its own app, which I originally was going to bring up, but I decided not to bring up because it's going to be too much like setup and everything. Now, this backed by QuickSet's 70 years of trusted security. Trusted security. The company that has so many, you can look up Lockpicking Lawyer's video on this, leeway in the bidding of its keys that you can literally buy from them. What is it, like 300, I think, like tryout keys that any of those keys, if you try all 300, will open any QuickSet ever because it's the common denominator through all of their possible biddings. 7 years of that, folks, of trusted security with QuickSet. I just love how they write this. And the latest innovations in intelligent access control, Kivo is engineered to protect what matters most. Apparently, this little girl and this very confused dog. Let's see. They have video doorbells, normal Ring doorbells. It basically shows how you can interact. You can even hook it up to your Alexa, which, boy, is that probably a very bad idea. But it really shows that this is very much an IoT-connected device. And you're probably wondering how it does all the communication with this. Well, Schlage, let me just double-check something up here. I actually have to move it over here. There we go. Schlage has a rival product. And so I already have this video preloaded, and we're going to take a look because they kind of more explain the nitty-gritty on how, not in terms of like the protocols and stuff, but basically how it interfaces IoT-wise with its Bluetooth system. And also the video is hilarious because there should be like 20 red flags going off in succession as you watch this short video. So let's figure out how more of the QuickSet is an IoT device by looking at its very similar rival product from Schlage.
Smarter homes start with Schlage. With secure and stylish options for every home, it's easy to find the right smart lock from Schlage. The Schlage & Co. Smart Wi-Fi Deadbolt offers a simple way to upgrade to a smart lock by connecting directly to your Wi-Fi network, allowing you to control the lock from anywhere from an app. If you already have a home automation hub, the Schlage Connect Smart Deadbolt is offered in 2 versions that are compatible with leading home automation systems. And if you're looking for a smart lock that works with Apple HomeKit, we offer the Schlage Sense Smart Deadbolt. Every smart lock from Schlage features available voice control, installs quickly with just a screwdriver, and is offered in a variety of styles and finishes to complement your decor, combining convenience and peace of mind. Schlage smart locks make it easy to upgrade your home to the safety, simplicity, and style of Schlage.
I went on that entire spiel and forgot to unmute myself. Yay! It's just like the meme we post. But no. So let me reiterate again. I'll try to be as enthusiastic. So I'm not sure exactly about the quick set, but I definitely know this is how the bolt works, as well as a lot of IoT locks that you get. People have this misconception that the Bluetooth diode in the lock directly communicates with your smartphone or smart device that you use to activate this. But obviously that wouldn't be the case if it can also interact with Alexa and a bunch of other different things. And the reason for that is because what it's doing is your lock is connected to your router in your home network. So the same Wi-Fi connected router that you put your PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, your dildo, and everything else on also talks to your lock. And then that is the middleman to talking with your smart device. So it's not a direct encrypted communication between one Bluetooth antenna to another. The way it usually works is it talks to your router and then talks to the device that you have. So as I said before, you could have a Graphene OS installed Purism phone with the most strongest military-grade encrypted Bluetooth IoT lock. But if your router and the way your network is set up, which is already a bad idea anyhow, it's just like a basic blue Cisco router from like 15 years ago with the 2 antennas, with its default OS, you are incredibly screwed, as well as all the other IoT devices in your house, which is why this whole thing is pretty much a very much bad idea. But we'll talk one particular thing also about this quick set, but before we do, let's go to that other lock. Let's talk about the bolt. So the bolt is from Lockatron. They're originally made by Lockatron is originally from Apigee, which is a startup. I hope I said that right. Apigee, startup based in Mountain View, California. I wonder what sort of view they have there. And originally, this was all kickstarted. It was all crowdfunded to build these things. And there's a reason why we're looking at the Wikipedia page, because remember how they said we need to download the manual from their website? Yeah, it don't exist anymore. Back in 2019, they were absorbed into the Chamberlain Group, which is a manufacturer that often makes like garage door openers and stuff like that. So they don't make these anymore. That's one of the reasons why we could hack it, because essentially it's useless and it doesn't work. So that's sort of that there. Another thing where I don't know if Night Owl is still with us, because I know it's late at night, but let's go back to the quick set, because I want to talk about something very particular with these things. And Night Owl and I were talking about this 2 days ago, actually, of one of the reasons why not only do lock security people laugh at Bluetooth locks, but why particularly these types locksmiths go mad over. And it's not because like these things are like replacing taking their jobs or things like that. It's because, again, if you didn't see this uninstalled with the wire, or if you didn't notice the plastic ring where the LEDs are, the LEDs didn't activate, you would just think this is a normal quick set, right? So here's the problem. Your batteries run out, and because no one's paying attention because they're too busy jerking off to Tiger King, it's going to run out, and that means the lock doesn't open anymore. That's another problem with these. Because of the motors, if it runs out, a lot of times these guys do not open, and that's a security feature. A feature, not a bug. Not a bug, a feature. So then you call your locksmith, or a locksmithing company is more accurate. And now, here's the thing about lock companies. Not only do most of them have fleets of morons, just like any other giant company, like, you know, if you contact just like a general network security company, but even then, even if you have someone who's like, oh, he's cool, good at his job and stuff, might not notice that this is a Bluetooth IoT one. He'll think this is a normal quick set. So I have a question in chat. Well, I'm going to read the chat in a moment, but quick question. If a locksmith saw this and thought this was a normal quick set, what do you think they're going to do to get your door open? Like, how do you think they're going to remedy this? I'll wait a bit in chat, see if you folks come up answers, but I'm going to read in here. Hey, Code Factory, you wrote, I have a battery-operated lock that is a touchpad lock, and the battery runs out every 2 weeks. Yeah, no, they do run out of power. These all run on 4 AA batteries. They say it lasts for 6 months, but don't know. Also, what happens if your batteries break and corrode? That always happens with my TV remote batteries. So, lockpicking, shockingly uncommon. There are professional locksmiths that do have kits and they take them with them, but uncommon. Dark arts lockpicking, you are close, but not the shim that you probably are thinking of. But let me read the thing. Open the back door, that could be a possibility, but particularly what they're going to do with this lock. Skeleton key, maybe, but let's also assume that the person doesn't have their original key, so they're not going to use the rekeying system. And even then, this just looks like a normal quick set. They also might not notice the dimple on the side. That means this is a smart rekey. I'm going to do one last guess round, and then I'll tell you what they normally do. We actually even covered this when we talked about lockpicking communities, and we talked about their positive and negative sides. And when we talked about locksmithing, we showed a video showing the negative side of it, of what they actually did. Can anyone guess? And again, if you like this content that we have here on Master of Unlock, again, we are on first and third Sundays of every month doing this sort of stuff, provided the USPS delivers my mail on time. And we also have a bunch of other shows that happen. Hopefully, Hack Alt and Commander will happen on Wednesday. I know Archvile, Linux Perspective by Co-Founder G.I. Jack will happen, as well as Crypto Barons this Saturday, and our normal meeting on the 19th. You can subscribe, hit that bell on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. We're also on Facebook and PeerTube and Tor if you're interested in seeing that. Again, we posted the link earlier. I might post it again. And if you like this stuff, you can like, share, and subscribe on there. We get notifications, cheer you on like we did earlier. And if you have any questions in chat, like you can see, I love interacting with chat. Let me know. You can say if I'm too loud, you can't hear me, you have a question, just don't be a huge dick. That's my job. Don't take my job. And it's okay if you're not super social. That's fine. I always assume people aren't talking. They're learning. So keep lurking, keep learning. Kick open the door. You are very close. Here we go. Yeah. They would shear it. What they're going to do is they're going to take a giant drill and drill through this lock, thus breaking it. And then take the lock and then tell you how much a new quick set, even if it's a smart rekeying, is going to cost, and you pay like probably they're overcharging you or something, so the $80 to $100 to replace this thing, never mind the service fee. Now, this is a problem, because with a normal quick set, it's messy and loud and metal shards go everywhere, but that's a thing you can do. If all else fails, drills through the lock. This has a motor in it. This has wires. This has electricity, and some of them don't even use double A's. They might even use batteries as their backup system, but their primary system is your power grid. So you can see the problem with this, where if a guy is drilling through this, it's going to most likely ruin or break their drill. This is a very expensive lock to also drill through. It's going to take forever because you basically have to drill through the actual components of the motor. And then when you get to the electrical section, the battery fluid's going to leak. It might get on their hands and their eyes all over the place. It'll burn acid through the door. If it's connected to a power grid system, that guy is dead. Stuff like that. So I think Night Owl had to leave and go like bedtime stuff because he actually has a real job, unlike most of us, and has to do things. Which good luck to him, and that way he can complain about stuff I do later on here. But yeah, we were talking about that. That one of the reasons why they hate that locksmiths and lock companies hate these, because he said in the chat, these are becoming a lot more common, particularly on businesses and also giant tenant buildings where the landlord thinks they're tech savvy but they're not. And again, because especially with these quick sets, they look like normal quick set locks. Those guys will just be like, I'm not even going to bother picking this, especially since these are annoying to pick, and I'll show you why later. We'll just drill through this and then have a giant, expensive mess where their tools break, people get injured, you've broken the door, you have the people, your landlord and the homeowners are upset, quick set's unhappy, it's just sad all around. I'm just curious about not seeing here. Yes, I'm pretty sure the UK is different. If I'm assuming you're from the UK or from a European nation, eventually I do want to get into like Asian and European locks and kind of talking about the differences. Like, for example, I know off the top of my head that a big thing with the UK, one, dimple locks are way more popular there than they are in America. Most people here don't even know what a dimple lock is. And even if they see one, they're more introduced to dimple locks. And we will do an entire episode about dimple locks. I'm, again, waiting for the mail. Especially with overseas stuff. When they see it, they're usually familiar with it as I've seen people where they don't know what a dimple lock is, but they know what a multi-T-lock is, so they assume every dimple lock is a multi-T-lock because it's this similar setup in tools, even though different pinning systems. And also in the UK, you still have a lot of lever locks. It's my favorite British way of saying things. Lever locks, or as we call in America, lever locks. That you folks use. And it's just always interesting to see not only how locks differ around the world and what trends and stuff happens, but also like the different lock sporting communities, what they're like. Australia, okay. Australia, honestly, probably, I'm going to make a guess here. I have an odd feeling that if Australia, I'm very unfamiliar with the scene. I know there's a really popular lock-picking store in Australia. And by the way, I apologize because I know Australians often get, especially by Americans, get mislabeled as British and vice versa, even though the accents are very different. I can't hear you speak, so I know. But I'm going to make an assumption that you probably get a mix of locks from East Asia, most likely Southeast Asia, and European-style locks. So you're probably more of a fusion, or probably like a lot of your padlocks are probably from, outside of local companies, from Southeast Asia, and maybe there's a couple of import companies from Europe, and that dimple locks are probably more common and stuff like that. So you're probably like a real weird fusion. Oh, come on. They can't help it. Besides, not that Australia's never embarrassed themselves, but honestly, I think we're about even between you folks with the Emu Wars and us with the January 6th thing, which might as well have been emus. Except, I'll do it this way. At least the Australians tried to fight and lost. We let the January 6th thing happen. That's what makes the whole thing disgusting. Can't they open the lock remotely if it's connected to your security system? Again, security system, no. It's that it has its own app. They could call Quickset, but I don't know if you've ever called customer service for lock stuff. Or customer service in general at the, hi, if you speak English, press 1, 2, or DOS, or however, because I'm American and I don't know how languages work. But, yeah, again, why waste all that time trying to pick it or calling up Quickset or typing when you just, I have a drill bit. So that's what a lot of them would mostly do. And also there's a reason why a lot of them, and I'm going to bring this, why when I actually encounter these, and I have in the past, I usually have way more success bypassing the door than I do with these locks. I'll bring that up in a moment. And we get many Lockwood basic pin tumbler locks and wafers. Yes, pin tumbler locks are very common. I mean, technically, dimple locks are a form of pin tumbler locks, but the basic linear pin tumbler lock that we're familiar with in America is also really common around the world. That's why I always say America's probably like 97% pin tumbler lock, while I feel like the UK and the rest of the world is like 92%. It's not by a lot. It's just there's a lot more other varieties. But yeah, and wafer locks. And speaking of bringing up wafers, because wow, I just injured myself. We will get to that in a moment. Let's continue on because we do have a bit more to cover here. Trying to remember what this thing is. So, people throughout this stream have probably been wondering, and had theories about how you can bypass this sort of stuff. Like, what can you do? What can you do to? Oh, I remember this. To do this. We are going to get to that in a moment. I almost forgot about this segment. You saw a sneak peek of that. So, I will put it this way. So, originally, I was going to have this set up to one of the doors we're not using in the building. And like with the time I installed that weird master combination lock, that's also a deadbolt. Don't ask. Look up the episode. I was actually going to install probably the bolt lock in the door. And that was actually going to be the other half of this show, instead of doing this presentation stuff. However, one, I'm lazy. At least when it comes to this episode, I'm lazy. I won't be the next episode if everything comes in the mail. Usually the most common lock is Schlage 1 keyways here, and we have C4 keyways are most common. Yep, similar to America. But where was I going back to? So I was originally going to install one of these in the door, but I'm lazy. I feel like doing this episode as a new Incent reward happens, by the way, our Incent reward. You go to getincent.com. We're not sponsored by them. It's just a really cool thing that we do here, where basically if you have the Instant wallet, where you can find it at instant.com, you can type that code or scan that QR code during the stream, and you get a little tiny bit of cryptocurrency called Instant, and then when you get like enough of it, let's say you get like $5 while watching the stream, like if you watch an entire stream, you can convert that into any cryptocurrency or fiat of your choice pull out. So basically you earn free money as you watch our stream. It's just a cool way to give back. We don't get kickbacks on it for anything. We just think it's a cool thing to do. So just want to let you know, that's why you see those pop-ups and hear that weird whoosh sound. Best lockpicking kit ever is Turbine. I'll make this joke, and we might cover this in a future episode. There's a reason why the 3-shelled shotgun edition to, I believe, the I want to say the M16, is known as the Master Key system, but I'll let people in chat figure that one out. So anyhow, like I said, I was originally going to install one of these in a door and set it up and everything. But one, I'm lazy. This episode was done at the last minute. I couldn't put everything together. But two, this is going to be one of the many videos we're going to watch. During my research on these type of locks, I found not only one of the most entertaining, hilarious video tutorials on how to install and set up a Bluetooth lock. It's honestly one of the strangest, most awesome, bizarre videos on this is where the mature rating is going to come in. I've ever seen installing a lock on any door. Like I've seen people dressed in clown costumes install door locks. This is literally one of the best I have ever seen, and so I'm going to let these folks explain how you would set up the app and then how to physically install it. And as you're going to see in a moment, I'm going to give you 2 good reasons on why you should stick around and watch this video. So take it away, technical folks on installing Bluetooth locks.
The lock has a decoy security system, allowing you to put in random numbers before or after your password to prevent people from seeing what you're doing. Also, it limits people from seeing the fingerprints on the lock. Let me demonstrate how it works. So, I could put in random numbers before my actual password, which is 4321. Now, entering numbers afterwards. Watch it still open. Easy as that. Now I'll show you how to set up your PIN and our fingerprint technology. Follow me and the instructions on page 7 and 8. Super easy to follow. You need to create a user ID for a person that's between 1 to 8 digits. Let me show you how we set that up. So we're going to hold our enter for 3 seconds. So now our admin code, which has already been set up earlier today, is 7777. Enter. Now to set up a new person is 1, enter, and let's give that person an ID, 0001. So now we can choose to either set up a fingerprint specific to that person or a code. Let's start with a code. How about
See, this is a lot better than me trying to explain and do this.
Enter. Now
it gets even better.
Us to verify that code again. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now that's been set up. Now let's see how that password works. 1, 2, 3, 4. All set. Now we're going to set up our lock using our fingerprint technology. Just like before, we're going to hold our reset for 3 seconds. Now asking for our admin code, which we've already set up, 7777, enter. Setting up a new user, and then the code we already used before, 0001, enter. Now it's going to ask for our fingerprint that we want to use. Lifting up, it's going to ask for that placement again. And now we're all good to go. Now let's try it out. I'm all set. Another really cool feature is the passage mode. You can turn it on and off. Now this is super handy when you set this. And
we are being turned on and off.
And you want easy access. So as you see right now, we're in no passage mode. Completely locked. So let me show you how to set that up. Just like before, we're going to hold our reset for 3 seconds. Set in our admin code. And now we're going to push 3 and enter. Passage mode is going to be set on. See how easy that is? Now, if we wanted to turn that passage mode off, we'll do the exact same thing, entering 3 again, and that would be locked right away. Another great feature is lockout mode. This allows you to actually turn off the keypad and the fingerprint technology. Same process as before, but
that's one way of doing it for these push button types.
The great part about it is the key is
you also might be able to use a high-powered magnet.
Turning that, you're now entered and locking it very easy. The great part about this technology is you can actually use the key, pin, and fingerprint technology all at once. So now we're going to set up our lock and connect it with our app. We've already created our login, so we're going to put in our email there. Now we're going to add a new device. Now we're going to scan for our Ultra Lock device. There we go. Super easy. Picked it up right away.
Yep, there's 2 entryways as she showed us. 2 large gaping entryways.
And next. Now we can actually label this. We can call it front door. And okay. Perfect. So now connecting our device, we can actually lock it and unlock it using the app. Super simple.
Are you folks ready to see the best physical lock install ever? It's coming up in a moment.
We can create users very simply, just as we labeled them numbers sequenced. How about we enable 8 with a name, Cindy. And next, making it a little more unique.
Yep, you could probably use a mini gym or a card on it, depending on the door design.
We can see the history of people that have entered and the times they've done.
Connect, yep. Sorry. For some reason, we've been having weird dips. I don't know if it's the wire or if it's because another thing too is, again, we've had 2 snowstorms, so I'm going to jinx it by saying this, but I'm always worried that like Verizon's going to have, because they're Verizon, so much snow that their whole system goes offline. That's happened before. So, yep, blame the snow. If I can't open the Quickset or the Schlage, I'm just going to blame the snow. But yeah, that's why I stopped the video, because from what I understand, it has nothing to do with like the tech or anything. We're running a high-end gaming laptop basically for this. We can do a lot of multitasking. Again, I do cryptocurrency stuff live on this thing. It's just we've been having weird connection issues literally starting with the first snowstorm. So just wanted to pause it so that way you folks don't miss, like, literally you're about to see the best physical door install. It's going to bring a whole new meaning to the term to try the front door or the back door. So let's continue watching her set up the app and see if we notice other possible vectors for exploiting other attack surfaces to exploit on her. I mean on these lock systems.
Device, it'll actually unlock the lock right away. Now advanced, we have the options of backing up or importing anything from the app. That's how you use the app, super simple.
Alright guys, we're going to go ahead and install the latch. When we're installing the latch, we want to make sure the
Pay attention to her, you're going to get graded on this.
House. And there we have it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and install the exterior. And when we're doing that, we want to make sure that the wire is going through the top.
During this video. So we're right back in here again. We've been having weird signal dips for some reason. I have no idea why. But we only have a little bit more to get through to get through this. And then we'll continue on with talking more about this setup, because she's almost done using her long giant drill bit to drill completely through this hard wood and install the hard metal bits into the hole. So just give her a little bit more time and she should be able to achieve this.
Part of it. And you want to make sure these are sticking out, and we're going to put the wire through the smallest hole. So you can leave that, it won't fall down. So with this, we want to make sure that our drill is on the lowest setting because we don't want
this wafer lock open. All right, hopefully this will be the last dip. We're in the final stretch for her, so let's do this.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put the spindle in. We're gonna fit it right in there. Now, if your door is over 42 milliliters thick, you wanna use the spring. And what we would do with that is we would put it right in here and then we would fit it in. But in this case, our door is perfect. So now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna plug in our cable right in there. We're just gonna fit that. And we're just gonna fit our spindle right through the inside. And there we go. Right now that's on. We're gonna take our smallest screw, the little black ones, and the smallest one is just gonna fit right at the top here. Okay, and the two larger ones, I'm gonna fit right
Pay
at the
very
bottom.
close attention to how she screws.
Perfect.
Something, why does she have a see-through handle? Inside joke, haha.
All right, so after we're done with that, we're gonna take the handle and we're just gonna
I'm just
push
happy
that
someone did.
right in like that. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna just push in our batteries.
Now she's going to slide these in, all four of them at the same time. Very impressive.
And snap
Very
this
few
right
can
into
take up
place.
to 4.
And our last and final screw. We're all good. And there we have it. Thank
So, I hope we agree that those were 2 really good reasons of why it was better to watch that video than for me to do it myself. Although, to be fair, despite the limitations we have on here with like DMCA and like COPPA content stuff on Twitch and YouTube, I'm not going to lie to say that I really, especially since I have to install some doorknobs for my friends, like recreate that video with just, I'm sure all of you would subscribe to this, of just me in a banana hammock with the camera like right next to like the screwdriver and my junk with the lock hole, and just be like, here's how we're going to install this lock right there. That's how we're going to do it. So, yeah, that's basically how you install them. And so as you can see, it's not too dissimilar from the way how you would install most door locks, except that you would actually have to, again, feed through the system through the door, make sure nothing gets caught here, plug this in, install the battery pack, ECT. Daisy Duke style, that would be neat. I just want to give me 1 second. It's just that the other streaming thing is going really stupid. So if you just give me 1 moment. Just want to reset this. There we go. Now everything all works. So that's how you would physically install these at a door. So one, I got to be lazy, and two, I gave you that to watch. And by the way, to note, that's a channel that does IoT stuff for the house. Their entire channel is like that. And there's even more ladies. And I'm not being sexist either, because again, I think that's awesome. And I would love to redo that with myself in some weird outfit. Yeah, no, if you go read the comment section of the video, they're like, wait, what is she selling? I can't remember. What was the tutorial? What was it? We don't know. We can't remember. It was like they said they had some sort of lock, and then it ended. We don't know what happened in between there. It's just too funny. But let's on a serious note, as we can for DEFCON 2, let's go back into more other stuff here. So let's look at more of the meat and potatoes of this, which is we're going to do the physical security last because we're kind of more familiar with that on Locksport Master of Unlocking, even though I will detail that. But let's kind of go through issues with all of this. So as you can see from this article, the main one of the big sticking points is Bluetooth. And this is an article that was done. There was a lot of articles like these in 2016 because this is when these products were just starting to truly come out on the market. 75% of Bluetooth smart locks can be hacked. 12 out of 16 Bluetooth smart locks examined could be unlocked by remote hackers. Research said at the DEFCON Hacker Convention. We are probably going to actually look at that later, as there's a weird unboxing PS5 video going on. So yeah, the Bluetooth part is a contention point. Again, when you're a locksmith, a lot of times you don't know what these are. You can't just drill through these and stuff. And even if you do, you're going to cause a mess. You're going to cause battery leakage, damage motors, damage parts, homeowners, your boss, everyone unhappy. But a huge contention point is definitely Bluetooth, especially again since a lot of these don't talk directly to your phone. Instead, they talk to your home router, which a lot of times most home routers are default and have no security on them or very lax security and snake oil type techniques. Let me see. 2 things I learned. Do not install those 2 locks, and she's bad at screwing. Take that as you will. I think that's why, honestly, I'm shocked she didn't use the actual, she had the power drill. She could have put screws in the power drill, and then she could have just drilled and screwed, so, you know. I think that's just because they wanted to extend the length of that video. How to sell your products. 1, ad, boobs. 2, video, boobs. Tree. Yeah, tree people would buy those. I like with the typo, like, I read that as 3 because I'm from New Jersey, and that's how everyone says. My favorite thing from out-of-towners is you'll get people from, like, Boston and stuff who visit by, and people will be like, yeah, no, you take a right on Route Tree, and once you go off Route Tree, you're going to ride that, and then you're going to get off Route Tree, and the question I always get is, where is Route Tree? Like, they're literally looking for a sign that says Route, like route, and then tree, T-R-E-E, and they don't realize they're saying the number 3. It's Route 3. That's what you're looking for, because there's a Route 4, 5, 6, all of those. So that was bright. I thought you were from New Jersey for a moment. Yeah, I hate autocorrect on mine too. I'm gonna buy you one of those little mini drum and cymbal kits for your stream Sidepod. Yes, I am a cursed monkey. Let's go back into more details here. So here's a great article that talks about this. I'm going to read parts of this. The unpatched flaws in IoT smart deadbolts opens homes to danger. Let's do what she did and enlarge. Researchers have uncovered vulnerabilities. Popular smart deadbolts could allow attackers to remotely unlock doors and break into homes. Duh! Manufactured behind the smart lock. Hickory Hardware in this case. That's a name. Hickory Hardware! It sounds like some Gold Age superhero sidekick. For the baboon chings. No, we should have an innuendo counter. I bet you, Master of Unlocking especially, it would reach 50 every single time. Because again, I always tell people, doing lock sport and locksmithing is just like running wires. You're going to say innuendos. You don't mean to, you just are. Because that is the nature of the job. You know, if you ever run wires, I can't fit them through the hole. Try drilling 2 of them. We need more lube for the wires. They're too big. Like, that's just what the job sounds like. You're literally on a below job. And it's the same thing with lock sport and locksmithing for the professionals. It's just, you're going to say innuendos. You're not even going to try. That video was on purpose because I just thought that was really cool. I'll share it with you, and I was lazy. But yeah, you will just do that regardless. But anyhow, read about this from Hickory Hardware that deploys patches to their affected apps on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. I believe this article, when it come out in, this is I almost said last year. This is 2009, so this is barely a year ago. This is like roughly a year and a half ago. 6 vulnerabilities exist in the Hickory Smart Bluetooth-enabled deadbolt. That's a bundle of words I thought I'd never say out loud. Manufactured by Hickory Hardware, I keep thinking of like a cartoon Hanna-Barbera woodchuck when I say Hickory Hardware. I need to look up this shit. Which enables users to remotely lock their homes via a mobile app on their Android or iPhone handset. These vulnerabilities are medium severity because, some people like their steaks rare. Sometimes they like them medium severity. Sometimes they like them done. As some level of access to an already compromised mobile device is required for an exploitation. However, once an attacker accesses a victim's phone, which is one of the roots for this, they could also probably do the router, they can easily exploit the flaws to remote unlock the deadlock from the mobile app. I think they actually list these ones. Here we go. Out of the 6 vulnerabilities discovered, 3 can be exploited to potentially unlock the smart door. 2 of the flaws, which is CVE 2009-5632 and CVE 2019, previous one was supposed to be 2019, 5633, so they're sisters, stem from the Smart Deadbolt's complementary mobile app storing unencrypted credential data in a database. Why do I have a feeling they later on made Parler's database? I don't know. Stop using WordPress and unencrypted databases. Dear Lord. These databases contain information that could be used to control the locked devices remotely. CVE 2019-5632 stems from unencrypted critical data being stored in a SQLite database called SecureMoat-SmartDB.SQLite. In the Android application, while its sister, CVE 2019-5633, stems from sensitive unencrypted data being stored in a catch.db database on the iOS app. So there's one for iOS, one for Android. Both of those are sins to do in security. See, it's great because, again, you have lock companies that rarely evolve, and they keep having the same lock designs, bad lock designs for like decades, if not centuries on end. So it's like hilarious that they get into digital security and they do the same stuff, but because now it's digital, people will notice, and like blogs like Threat Post will call them out on it, and then cue shock Pikachu face from like Kwikset and these other companies. The caveat here is that a malicious actor would need physical access to unlock the handset to view the app before compromising the sensitive data. The researchers said they also found another flaw titled CVE 2019-5634 in the Android app that enables debug login on the Android device. Debug logging on the Android devices. As debug logs are used for troubleshooting issues in development apps, this feature is supposed to be disabled when the app goes to live products. However, researchers found that all communications to the Internet API services and direct connections to the lock were being logged into the debug log that existed within the Android device's default USB or SD card storage paths, meaning they could easily be accessible by anyone with control over the phone. They also found a bunch of other issues on the device, including an improper API access control flaw, which currently at the time, I'll look it up later, they probably has a CVE now, but at the time it didn't. The ability of disabled users to retain API access, which was also not assigned CVE, and a clear text credential transmission, which is titled CVE 2019-5635. Clear text unencrypted database. 2 encrypted databases, whether you're on iOS or Android, the debug logger, and clear text transmission. Later stemmed the clear text credentials stem from the Hickory Smart Ethernet bridge device communicating over the network to an MQTT broker without using encryption. Again, this is like master lock design, except digital. Oh, that's a scary thought. Exposing default usernames and passwords to authenticate the MQTT. Despite Rapid6 disclosing the vulnerabilities to Hickory hardware on May 16th, researchers, when they first released it, the report said the manufacturer had not yet acknowledged nor issued a fix or flaws. It probably is fixed now. Researchers said Thursday marks the planned public disclosure deadline, more than 60 days past on May 16th, to revealing the exact flaws. So this is the type of stuff that you're going to see a lot more common. And again, it's like, well, again, they're so used to people questioning locks, but they don't realize that for some reason, now that they're in more of the digital security realm, that is a lot. I mean, despite all of this dumb stuff you see there, it's a lot more scrutinized and especially a lot more publicized. And so a kind of weird side effect is that a lot of these lock companies, at least with the Bluetooth locks, are trying more to get their acts together, despite similar with their terrible gun locks, which we'll get into an episode one day about those, or you could just look up lockpicking lawyer, are trying to snake oil people into thinking they have more security than they actually have. So they cheap out on the security, which is ironic for a lock company. Yes, unfortunately, again, that's really common because people are so used to, you get a lock, you think that's the most secure lock available, so they think they could do that digitally in the same way they did physically. And again, because we have a history of Hack the Planet and Stuxnet and Y2K bugs and all sorts of stuff, even if people don't know what the tech is, that's very much on their minds. Like every time you see something, like you get a pair of scissors, even like Karens from Walmart are like, can you hack this? Because people know about that. So this is the thing that lock companies with these Bluetooth terrible devices are also going to get to. You can also just, go right to the jugular too and have things like what happened last year where Bluetooth themselves had to put out a security notice that the Bluetooth itself had a boo-boo. Researchers at the Center for IT Security, Privacy, and Accountability, or CISPA, I don't know how you have identified the security vulnerability related to encryption on Bluetooth BR/EDR connections. The researchers identified that it's possible for an attacking device to interfere with the procedure used to set up the encryption on a BR/EDR connection between two devices in such a way as to reduce the length of the encrypted key used. In addition, since not all Bluetooth specifications mandate a minimum encryption key length, which is also a problem because what's the point of the encryption when it's only 5 characters long? I mean, technically, no encryption, any encryption is better than no encryption, but then when you're doing that, you might as well just do no encryption. Is possible, remember, both physical and digital, length. You want length. Longer, the longer the better. Minimum encryption key length. It is possible that some vendors may have developed Bluetooth products, such as these deadbolts, which the length of the encryption key used by the BR/EDR connection could be set up by an attacking device down to a single octet. Jesus. And it's basically, you might as well just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ABC at that point. In addition, especially with some of the brute forcing like GPUs people are used for even like just software forget it. Let's see here. In such cases where an attacking device was successful in setting the encryption key to a shortened length, the attacking device could then initiate brute force attack and have a higher probability of successfully cracking the key and then be able to monitor and manipulate traffic. I'm not going to read the whole thing here. I'm actually going to copy this and post the link in chat if you folks want to read it later. And I actually might take another mini break because I kind of need to go to the little boys' room. But we'll see how far we can go with this. But yeah, another problem with this is since now you have so many attack surfaces, not only do you have all the physical stuff, wait, this is probably a better example, key pins and driver pins and shear lines and biddings and stuff, and bypasses and shit, but then you also have the Bluetooth. The manufacturer themselves could do everything right. They could have, 16-thing encryption, but what if Bluetooth itself gets compromised, which just happened before, as with the security notice, which, if I remember correctly, affected 75% of all devices at the time. There was lots of devices, including these type of door knobs and locks, that were recalled because of that, or had immediate patch updates within a week, where all these companies were panicking trying to do the updates for them that Bluetooth recommended. Yeah, this is a thing. Again, like what we covered with that one MasterLock 175 clone that also had a 4-pin keyhole on the side. The more surface areas for attack, the more likely you're going to get screwed by this. And by adding Bluetooth, you're just not only making it frustrating for lock manufacturers, but you're also opening up a hole. Especially, again, what if they compromise your network? You saw they can remotely close. They could lock you inside your own building. They can unlock however you please. They can make it seem like your children are going out to places that they're not. You can just have so much fun with these. And let's see what I can do next here. So what are some other ways? Because we talked here about Bluetooth compromise and network security vulnerabilities. There's also a lot of physical stuff you still can do with just the literal hardware of these devices. In fact, there's a website that's run by one of the people here is Deviant Olam, who huge long-time friend of, not like we're best buddies, but we're acquaintances. We know each other. We've met each other at cons. We've hung out, talked philosophy. He's been, I do the radio, I finally know if I'm wearing this, Radio Statler. Let's see if we can do that. There we go. Radio Statler, which is like a radio station at Hackers on Planet Earth or Hope Conference, and I've had him on there a couple of times. Really awesome person, and not only is he one of the main honchos at Tool USA currently, because there's supposed to be a voting season soon, but he literally, and I'll bring this up later, he literally wrote the book on lockpicking. I'm not kidding. He literally wrote a book on modern lockpicking. But one of his companies that he helps run or promotes is Red Team Tools, where you can get, I'll put it this way, it's a little bit pricey, but they have a lot of stuff that aren't on market anymore. So if you're like running out of a device or they've run out of stock, they usually have it. But they have lockpicks, bypass tools, training gear, field gear, and they also have RFID tools. And there's many that you can use here. I mean, they have a little adapter. They have two that we're actually going to look at in a bit. One is the Postmarks 3, and the other is the ESP key tech tool, which is another physical security sort of thing. How does that work? Funny you should ask, which will allow me to do a pee break while bringing up another video. I keep name dropping him so much. Lockpicking Lawyer actually had a whole setup about how a ESP key works. So I'm going to play that while I go do what nature calls.
Communications between the reader and the controller are not encrypted, and that's something that we can take advantage of. When I take this reader off the wall, I can access the wires behind it, and that's where this little beauty comes into play. It's called an ESP key, and once you press the wires into these self-stripping connectors, it will monitor and record all communications on the line. And that's just the beginning. I already have one installed here. There are 4 connections, 2 supply power, and 2 monitor transmissions between the reader and the controller. Once powered, this will either connect to a local Wi-Fi network or it will create its own access point.
Oh god, I'm muted again. I forgot to unmute myself. Hopefully you could all hear us, hear me again. Yeah, there was another dip. I think it has to do with the YouTube videos. This is usually why I rip the videos and then play them internally, but unfortunately I didn't have enough time. But this is a very short video, so I rewinded a bit, like slightly before the dip happened. So, setting around for vulnerabilities. As soon as we're done with this video, it's very short. It should be about like a minute or two more. Actually, like 30 seconds to 40 seconds more. I will go back to that website and I'll share the URL. Okay, so let's do this here. Let's hear what lockpicking. Stop censoring Lockpicking Lawyer, damn it.
Okay, let's refresh our browser. You can see all of the cards we just scanned, and even better, I can have the ESP key replay all of the information that was transmitted any particular time, which will fool the system into thinking an authorized card was presented to the reader. Now here's where it gets even more interesting. We have this binary stream right here. If I were to convert that binary stream into decimal, I get 848176. I can use that number and this device to create a cloned card. So right now I have a card that does not work. Let's go ahead and read this card, edit it, put in the number 176. Write that onto the card. And right now, the system can't tell the difference between these two cards. So, if you are installing an access control system like this, it is really important to use one that only transmits encrypted data. Otherwise, an attacker can compromise the system with very little effort. In any case, that's all I have for you today. If you do have any questions or comments about this, please put them below. If you like this video and would like to see more like it, please subscribe. And as always, have a nice day. Thank you.
So yeah, that's essentially an EFC key, which is what you can also get for the red teaming tools. Could work. The vulnerabilities. I'll actually put both links in there. So I'm actually going to go back to the tab where it showed all those vulnerabilities to that weird, where was it? This is the threat post about it for, what's that company's name? It was so funny. The Hickory Hardware for that group. So here's the one where they listed all the vulnerabilities. If you want to do like independent research of that. And I'm also going to go in and I'm going to, this is just one page out of many, but this is Red Team Tools. If you have the money, but it's like they are the only ones who have the thing or have it in stock, especially for RFID stuff, I recommend them, in my opinion. Never had problems with them before. Also run by Deviant Olam, who's a neat pal of mine. I'm not doing it because of him. I'm just doing it because it's convenient. So that's another way. And also to note, on some of these older RFID and Bluetooth modules, what you didn't hear what he said in the beginning is you could often cross wires. So you could actually disassemble the board, pull it off the wall, and then clip two wires, cross them, and it would automatically open. A lot of the newer systems, you can't do that, hence that little literal physical circuit man in the middle, what that sort of does, and it allows basically to snoop in on the wires. There's also other systems which we're going to look at here. For example, as you saw, let's go back to Red Team. There's a device you can get. Now, they're on Proxmart 4 at the moment. It's around the same price. It's like $300 to $400. They're selling it here for $315, the old version. You know, I don't have this physically because I'm broke. But this is one of those type of devices where basically you hook it up to another machine. It used to be a laptop, but now some of them are like Raspberry Pis and stuff. Some people have a thing where they literally have a laptop in their backpack. And, okay. There we go. They have a laptop in their backpack and they feed the wire down to do this sort of like man-in-the-middle scanning. But this is one of those tools we're gonna look at that in a moment, because if you're on Twitch and you scroll down, we have our GitHub our GitHub URL, which is just github.com/DEFCON201 group, where we have programs. We have to do a spring cleaning soon, but on Twitch, we have a little widget that shows it to there, and you can open it without leaving the stream. And we have highlighted these pinned repositories, and we currently have 3 that we're going to look at here. And one of them is, because again, I don't have the hardware device, but just show you, this is Proxmart, not Postmarks. I'm thinking of something different in coding. Proxmart 3, which, as it says, a fully powerful general-purpose RFID tool, size of a deck of cards, designed to snoop, listen, emulate, using low-frequency to high-frequency tags. It's probably one of the reasons why it's so expensive. The code for it is open source, so that's what you would go to this repository to flash it. And they have their own development wiki stuff. And this is for the third one. I think they have a separate thing that's not public, although it is open source for the fourth one. But that's one tool that you can dissect and look at here. Or maybe the fourth one uses an upgrade version of that. I don't know, but I am going to put that link into the chat. If you're on other Surface, you're on Twitch, you can see our little GitHub widget and look at it. Another one is, this is such a great name. It's I think you're supposed to pronounce it Beetlejuice, but the actual number, the website is BTLE Juice. Is a framework to perform man-in-the-middle attacks on Bluetooth smart devices. Basically what you need, and this is what I was going to show off earlier, Jack lent this to me. This is like the type of antenna that you would connect to a little nub here for screwing this on. This is the main body is the antenna. On the other side is a USB. And you would screw this guy on. I'll do the little, which way does it bend? Here we go. And we plug this in, and then you would run one of these frameworks, and then you could snoop things off. This is also how you basically build like what's known as a Wi-Fi pineapple or a sniffer without having to. I mean, you could use a Raspberry Pi for it as well, but like by using like converting your laptop into one. And I want to thank G.I. Jack, one of our co-founders, for lending. There we go. This to me, just to show on air. Again, we just got these locks, so I would normally connect this to one of my laptops and run the software and stuff, but we're going to do that for a future episode. And this is one of the framework tools, and as it says here, it's composed of, it's multiple things. There's an interception core, an intersection proxy, and then there's an actual GUI web interface to use, and then there's Python and Node.js bindings. And the way, as I said, you would use this on a laptop, it does not work well in Docker, but the idea is that you could use a virtual machine. So either 2 virtual machines, although that might be iffy depending on the power of your machine, but basically you use your main desktop and then you VM another desktop environment and you run a bunch of different commands between the two. That's basically the core and the proxy. If you run it 3 times, a dead hacker appears. Probably. I mean, you would definitely summon a jackass, you know? An undead jackass is probably more accurate. And again, they have a whole web interface where you can do all the sniffing and how this works. And this is one way you could probably target people's phones and smart houses, although you do have to use npm to install the bindings. And I will put that link in the chat for everyone here. We're almost done, by the way. The long part is coming. We might actually stream to midnight. Oh boy! But the reason why you were able to build the Beetlejuice framework is because an earlier thing, which is related to something at the end, someone at DEFCON made the BLE security suit, which we also have forked out here, which only does low energy, Bluetooth low energy locks. And it says there's different compatible devices. You can see it has been updated in years. This is back in 2016. Quick door lock, quick lock door lock, quick lock padlock, iBlue lock. I don't even know if some of these companies are even around. iBlue lock padlock, the Plaid Sierra Phantom lock, the Cellmate Bluetooth smart door lock, the eCycle. Both of these, I'm not going to read their numbers. VAD's Bluetooth smart door lock, Latigue's Cider smart door lock, the Okie Dokie smart door lock. Wow, they are really running out of names here. And the Mesh Motion BitLock door lock, which sounds like it uses a blockchain in order to work, which is already... IoT locks are bad enough, but then using blockchain... No, I'm not going to give people ideas. Not going to give them ideas, especially not on this show. Yep, that's a good one. Gives a whole new definition for blue boxing. I like that. I should have called the episode something like that. When we make the sequel to this, where we will actually use tools and try to work the Bluetooth on these, I'm going to use a blue boxing joke, and I'll credit you for that. How about that, Code Factor? Thank you for that. And just to show you what I mean, again, I'm not going to put this on the laptop, and I don't even know if this would work if I did it, but I do want to show something here, because what I will put, I mean, again, if you go to our GitHub, or if you are on Twitch, you can scroll down to our widget and look it up. If not, you could click on that link in the chat so you could go look at the code yourself. But I kind of want to show something cool here if I can. Take the browser off and load up our subsystem here. Should appear. Hold on. Trying to remember. Here it is. There we go. So let's just double check. I'm going to CD into this, because they made sure that this worked in Kali, but yeah, you clone it over, and you have all these different Python scripts, and each one, they have one for each of the different lock. I'm actually going to tempt fate here and just see what happens if we try one. Oh, we're already in root. Actually, let's see which version works. Sorry, I know the top of my head is really sexy here. There's an error. Let's try this. I just want to see if anything runs. All right, I probably haven't been updating so long that they probably have coding errors, but I just wanted to show a quick in terminal that this is kind of what the tool looks like. They're individual Python scripts that you run them through a Bluetooth module on these certain locks and they open. So based on that research, that's how they were able to make the Beetlejuice suit, which runs on multiple things. So I just kind of wanted to show that off there. Again, I wish we could do more on this episode, but you take what you can get. Let's see. I got a politely asked to leave ITT for making a blue box and a taco kit for my first year of EE course. They also give me nickname Taco Books. That should have been your user. That should have been your hacker handle. It's like, hi, I'm Sidepocket, your Taco Books. Taco Box. Taco Box. It's kind of like a weird way of saying tackle box. Neat story. That's actually pretty cool. Props on that. As someone who used to like, not blue boxing unfortunately, but like old phone freak stuff. That's actually pretty neat to know. So we're gonna do a recap before we get to the last thing here. Oh, and one last thing, because even if we don't cover this, I can bring this up. Here's a little fun PDF on what you could use to do for iPhones, if I remember correctly. As I said, the following steps can use to bypass certification pinning using the August smartphone app without needing to jailbreak the device. So you could just, so here's the thing. So we already talked about, do a recap. So we unboxed some of these devices here. We also talked about, what do you call it? Yeah, we unboxed some of these devices here. We also talked about the different vector points for attack, that never mind like the actual picking of the locks, but you also have all the man in the middles. You have your router, other devices on your network like Alexa. The Bluetooth protocol itself can work. You can literally do slight hardware modifications to physically man the middle. Something you can do clones, you can cross wires, and you can even do stuff with the apps. And this was an instance of an app where you could actually hack it and screw over the pinning system that you use to access to get in without needing to root. So let's see the instructions here. You'd open the settings. This is what it looked like. And then you press and hold the application version number. So beep. And then you would enter Dreadful Dow. Two capital D's in Dreadful Dow. The prompt is case sensitive. And you tap on the API production.august.com to change the web service the application will use, and then you tap the other to specify a custom URL, and then you enter the URL server that you can control, and that will relay the requests to the August server, and they said both HTTP and HTTPS could be used, and then you just monitor to modify it, otherwise mess with the traffic. So just port forwards all the information that goes on there by doing that, because essentially I guess he found the common admin password for all of those. That's kind of a head scratcher and pretty neat. So you can go through the app, you can go through Bluetooth, you can pick the lock itself. If the lock runs out of batteries, it will auto lock. If you try to drill it open or remove it, everything will fall apart and everything. It's just fucking nuts. Let's see. Dark Arts, right? I have to head off and pick the kids up from school. Catch you later next time. Definitely interested in your big video. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to contact you for that. Again, probably earliest will be late March, but probably early April. I'm going to try to set everyone up for that in May. And thank you once again, Dark Arts Lockpicking. I love his work. I'm pretty sure if you open up Instagram and you type in Dark Arts Lockpicking, I also think we have them tagged on our Instagram post. And if not there, just go through some of our older posts on lockpicking and you'll probably see him tagged there. Really awesome stuff. He also has an awesome YouTube channel. Type in that name into YouTube. Really cool stuff. So thanks for coming by, and good luck with the kids and everything. Code Factory, I found out my lock actually uses a 9-volt backup if the AAs go dead. So again, that's one of the things. These things to have they're now, the newer ones are starting to implement backups because battery death is a big thing. And again, most of them are designed that if the battery goes out, the lock will never open. It will auto lock because again, they have actual motors in here so you can remote turn on and off the lock, and that's a security thing that this doesn't move. You would think that without the battery it would just default to be a normal lock, but I guess that doesn't work because of the modifications. Oh, you're also on Facebook and Twitter. I don't know if we follow you on Twitter. If not, DM us on Twitter or tag us in something and we'll make sure to follow you back on there. I didn't know you were on Twitter, so I doubt we follow you on there, but if I don't look you up after the stream, I'll do that. But again, thank you, Dark Arts Lockpicking. Good luck with the day, and It'd be nice to see your, we're always looking forward to your future adventures on your quest to learn and expand your lock stuff. You have like a really cool like shrine sort of lockpicking area that I like. But we're now on the last part of our episode here, and this is the part where we're probably going to stream to like 11:30 or something. And there's a twist I'm going to do here because of these stream dips. So here's what I'm going to offer. What we're going to do now is I'm going to try to pick the quick set, and if there's even more time or I get frustrated with this after taking a break, I'm going to try to hand pick this Schlage. And I've actually never picked a full-on Schlage cylinder before, believe it or not. I know. It's like I'm experienced but so green at the same time. It's weird. But I don't want you to just watch me boringly pick stuff. And we can still chat and things, but here's what we're going to do. To round this out, there are obviously people more experienced with me with the whole Bluetooth and lockpicking thing. And as I said, back in DEFCON 24, way back in 2016, when the world was ending because we voted in the worst person out of two terrible people, there were two talks about this. One was by Anthony Rose and Ben Ramsey's called Picking the Bluetooth Low Energy Locks at a Quarter Mile Away. This is a general topic. They're the ones who built the, I almost said BLT, the BLE security suit that I showed you quickly on Kali. They built that back in 2016. It's more of a general how they've hacked deadbolts, smart deadbolts and locks. The other one is by JMAX, JMAXXZ, JMAX. Called Backdooring the Front Door, which I'm pretty sure we've done that multiple times, hopefully with protection and also sanitary cleaning stuff. But his is about a particular smart lock that is picked. So it goes in depth. So we can either choose to watch in the background for roughly, 30 minutes, and for roughly 35 minutes each. While I try to pick these two cylinders, we can either go for a deep dive into one lock or a general dive in multiple locks, and they're both about Bluetooth, IoT, RFID type locks. While I go physically pick these two things, and I'm going to explain something about why I'm not confident with this guy. As I'm going to let chat decide again. Which do you want to pick? Do you want to watch while I pick these the one about general Bluetooth lock fuckery, or do you want me to pick the deep dive into one particular lock type? They're roughly 30 to 35 minutes long while I pick these and run and do some other stuff. I will be here on the stream during that, so let me know in chat which one do you think I should do. Otherwise, I'll just pick one. The other one, I will share the link to that, and here's the key that I'm going to attempt to do here. As you know, every time when we run the YouTube thing, there's been a dip, and part of the reasons why I really wanted to run the YouTube on these is because I wanted the closed captions so that people who are hard of hearing or whatever can read them. But obviously, we're having issues with that. So whichever one you pick, I will actually load up. It's going to look weird looking, but I'll load up the file natively and do that. So while I do that, I'm going to quickly explain why these are a big pain in the ass, why I'm going to go crazy with the QuickSet one, despite all the shit I've talked about with the QuickSet KeySmart rekeying system. And to explain all of that, I'm actually going to bring up an image on how to do this. Remember, let me know which one you want to see. But this is, and I'm going to save this later. This is a literal cutout of what it looks like, in one of these, right? So I originally had a lockpicking lawyer video about this, but I'll kind of go through this because eventually we're going to do an entire episode about one of these. If you see it says QuickSet and that little hole nub there, get angry if you're a lockpicker, even if you're an experienced one. Again, if I usually see these and have done this in the past, I will attempt to bypass the door rather than pick these, because this doesn't have the traditional pin tumbler lock system in it. This is why it's known as a smart key and or both rekeying system. Essentially, there's a thing in locks that I've noticed where the easier they usually make things for consumers, the harder they ironically make it for like lock pickers and malicious people. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to reduce the frustration of locksmiths and supers and stuff everywhere for having to, every time you make a new key for a door, you would have to get an expert or someone who knows this to take this cylinder out, apart, and repin it to the new key and then put it back in. It's a laborious thing. So that little notch, I don't have the tool with me right now for it, but essentially you stick the key in, you turn it 90 degrees, and then you put the reset on this lock. See, there's a little thing, and you can make something that goes in here, that goes in that little hole that you see on the screen, that pushes this whole system back, and then you can take out the old key, put the new key in, rotate it back, and now it's rekeyed to that key. The old one won't work, the new one will now be the new key. And the reason is that instead of the usual, I don't have the clear lock with me right now, but the key pin's at the bottom, and then there's driver pins on the top, and it still has a shear line and stuff. What it does instead have is what's called a sidebar. That's what that whole spring area is. And it has key pins at the bottom, but then it has these weirdly shaped wafers. So it's almost like a hybrid between a traditional pin and tumbler lock and a wafer lock to some degree. And those wafers basically are designed to be reprogrammable driver pins. So when you put the new key in, it rearranges the height order of those wafers to the shear line of that based on what the new key is shaped. So when you pull out, that's going to be the new shear line. And because of that whole system, you can pick these open. There's videos of the lockpicking lawyer picking these open, but especially for new people, but even for intermediate people, and sometimes even experienced people, these can be an annoying pain in the ass, and they're definitely an annoying pain in the ass for me. I have never opened one of these, so I will pick these on here, but I hate pulling out. See, I like you. You're on board with the innuendos here at Master of Unlocking. Again, if you guys don't pick between the two Bluetooth videos, the general Bluetooth lockpicking thing or a deep dive into one type of Bluetooth lockpicking, I'm just going to pick for you guys. And that's why I'm less confident about these. Now, I have dealt with Schlage stuff before. My practice keys are Schlage. And if these might be the keys for them. Yeah, these are the keys for them. It's sort of, they have like a vague high-low high for these. I've never opened like one that's like directly out of the box, so I'm a bit more confident about this, but you know, I don't make any guarantees, so that's what I'm going to do while that documentary's playing. So far, I have had nobody vote on which one it's going to be. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip a coin in my head about which one we're going to do. Actually, what I'll do is I'll read each one of these descriptions, and then we will load up that video. So this one is, many Bluetooth Low Energy or BLE-enabled deadbolts and padlocks have hit the market recently. These devices promise convenience and security through smartphone control. We investigate 16 of these products from multiple vendors and discovered wireless vulnerabilities in most of them. Using a $50 antenna, we successfully picked vulnerable locks from over 400 meters away. In this presentation, we will introduce open source tools to crack each vulnerable BLE locks. Furthermore, after surveying the open source Bluetooth hacking tools currently available, we will find very little support for BLE. So to make discovering and range finding to BLE devices easier, we will introduce new open source war walking tools, war walking tools compatible with a Bluetooth Classic and BLE. So that's the one video. And the other video is, as our homes become smarter and more connected, we come up with new ways of reasoning about privacy and security. Vendors promise security but provide little technical information to back up their claims. Further complicating the matter, many of these devices are closed systems which can be difficult to assess. This talk will explore the validity of claims made by one smart lock manufacturer about security of their product. Their entire solution will be deconstructed and examined all the way from web services to the lock itself by exploiting multiple vulnerabilities. Jegsbiz, that's how I assume you pronounce his name. I apologize in advance if you see this and are angry at me. Will demonstrate not only how to backdoor or front door, but how to utilize these same techniques to protect your privacy. So again, very similar. Trying to figure out, you know what? This later one's the shorter one. So that's the one we're going to do. So I'm going to switch over to the face cam stream, and we're going to try to make life easier for ourselves here. And I'm going to set up the video, and then, like I said, I'm going to try to pick these two locks on air while they play. Again, this is Master of Unlocking. We're not going anywhere yet. We have like 30 more minutes to go, so don't worry. I'm just doing all this stuff in the background here, so you don't see. If you have any questions or comments, I love talking to chat, as you saw earlier. Please let me know. Yep, this works. And hopefully nothing will dip too severely. Oh, I didn't click on it properly, I think. There we go. Yeah, this will take a minute or two. But yeah, you know, if you like this content, you can hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Same thing if you send us bits or lemons. We see them pop up on the screen. We have little notifications for them. Wow, I just realized how pale I am when I'm watching myself on the giant TV. Holy Lord, I'm trying to get to like a tanning place soon because between COVID and this cold weather, I have obviously not been outside. I'm usually outside a lot in the summer, and I wore my natural skin color, but 2020 was like the longest decade, let me tell you. So I'm posting the video in here. There we go. And once again, if you are interested in, let me just save this and go away. If you're if you click like, share, subscribe to us at Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, we have a bunch of other shows. I do this show, Master of Unlocking, every. I'm going to switch back to the other. Okay, actually, I'll do it here. I have. I just forgot. I probably need more food. Oh wait a minute, I can't do this here because we need both cameras. So I'll just switch back to the other stream. I do Master of Unlocking, where I teach lock sport and lock security. We'll have more physical hands-on stuff. I'm going to do the hands-on part now, but we're going to have more of that next episode, hopefully, if the mail comes in properly, like I'm supposed to do this time. And I just kind of revealed my head there about what I did. Don't worry, DEFCON has it public, so it's also completely legal there, too. It's a little bit of our Twitter. And at least I didn't dox myself like the way Commander did. But no. So, but yeah, whether it's my show, which is Master of Unlocking, which is about physical lock security, the first and third Sundays of every month. I'm just going to label it as that. Or you're going to see like a little bit of it because it's certainly like the behind the scenes of us like trying to put this stuff together. Or, you know, I definitely know that there's going to be a new, okay, that's where it is, Archfile Linux perspective. Which happens second and fourth Thursday of each month, which means this Thursday will be his show. I'm really excited about that. It's gonna be
afternoon. How is everyone's DEFCON going?
Pause it. Look at this handsome dude. Let's get rid of the browser. Bring this back down. This is the stuff I originally wanted to do. There we go. Spot the Fed. But yeah, that's happening this Thursday, where he often does. He'll actually usually do a mix of video games on Linux as well as doing his Arch system. We hopefully will have Hack All End Commander this week, which is End Commander just doing crazy hacks, particularly on retro hardware. And then my other show will happen this Saturday, which is Crypto Barons. Which is an awesome, fun. Where is this for the audio? Where did it? Here it is. Which is a show where we look at blockchain technology as cool pieces of technology, cryptocurrencies and blockchains as cool pieces of technology, and point out the snake oil salesman stuff in it, but not just have it be snake oil salesman stuff. So that's what. So if you want to know about all those, our meeting on February 29th, which we'll have details that for later the week, or any of the numerous specials that we're especially going to start doing in March, where we're going to be looking at other remote hacker conventions, like what we recently did with the Blacksid Cybersecurity Conference. Again, you can hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. You'll get notifications for that. We also get alerts for that while we stream and cheer you on. Even if we're not streaming, you can do that. So, like I said, and also, if you have any questions or stuff in chat, including while I'm picking locks, please let me know. Otherwise, as I say, keep lurking, keep learning. So again, I'm going to attempt to pick and most likely fail this quickset smart keying system, not because of any of the Bluetooth fancy technology, but because of the rekeying system and how it's this weird, basically pin tumbler wafer lock bastard hybrid. This is annoying, and I'm going to pick my first natural. This sounds like a porn. Natural schleg. Sounds like a flicker a woman uses on her legs. For the first time on cam. Kinky. But while I'm doing that, we're going to watch this roughly 30-35 minute talk on a specific Bluetooth-enabled lock that he was able to hack and pick apart, both at the hardware level and the technology level. I'm going to run that, and on the smaller screen, the camera's going to be tilted down. You're going to watch me use my lock-picking tools, the best ones that I currently have so far, because I'm constantly evolving and building that. to this. And then afterwards, we're going to go right to stream on Twitch, and that'll be the end of the stream. So thank you for all watching. I'm going to thank you all again. We're not ending the stream right now. I'm just going to play this video, and hopefully everyone will enjoy. And if I get an open, particularly on this fucker, I'm going to lose my mind and buy myself a trophy and everything, because never got one of these open on an actual door. So let's go into a deep dive about this topic, and then hopefully in a future episode we'll be able to do this type of stuff live. So enjoy as I try to tackle these bad boys. And again, if you have any questions in chat or you just want to talk to me, I'm still reading the chat. I will still shout things out. I will still type things in. So here we go.
Afternoon. How is everyone's DEFCON going? So this talk is on backdooring the front door, and got a lot of slides, so I'm just going to get right into it. So to start off, I'm JMax. I work as a software engineer, hacker for fun, like doing things with locks, and the thing I always like to tell people is the best puzzles are the ones that were never meant to be solved. And I think that explains a lot about the hacker attitude. Now, all opinions expressed in this talk are my own. They aren't my past, present, or future employers' opinions. And if you see something you like and you want to reach out later, you can find me on Twitter at JMax. So obviously this talk is going to be about the Internet of Things. Oh. And we just lost video. There we go. Internet of Things. So our homes are getting smarter, and we're bringing more technology into our homes to replace traditionally dumb or mechanical objects. And for this talk, we're going to be looking at the August lock, particularly the August smart lock that I have on stage here. This is what an August lock looks like when you put it on your door. I don't know if you can see it on the screens up there, but replaces the thumb term on your deadbolt. So if you live in an apartment like me, this is a great option because you don't actually have to replace the outside of your lock. That would annoy your landlord. And the device itself is just Bluetooth low energy, and it gives you smart lock features like auto unlocking, unlocking when you approach the door, those type of things. But what got me interested in this lock was actually August's marketing team. One of the things I like to do when I'm looking at a technology is see what claims the company distributing it is making. Now, on August's website, the quotes up that I'm showing you up here, they're actually no longer on their website. You can find them on the Wayback Machine. But they said such things as, their lock is unlike physical keys which can be duplicated and distributed without your knowledge. They also said, it's safer than codes that can be copied. And so we get this reoccurring theme that it's not like a traditional key. It's somehow safer. And their most aggressive claim, I'm going to let them explain it to you because I don't think you would believe me if I told you.
August is the lock that requires no key, only an invitation. An invitation that you can give and take away whenever you please. Keyless, codeless, and completely secure. And completely secure. And completely secure. And completely secure. And completely secure.
So I didn't just loop that video for the hell of it. That's actually what I did when I first heard this piece of marketing material. I went back to that YouTube video and I just played that section over and over again, thinking I must have misunderstood something. Because I'm sure what they're trying to do is comfort people and say, oh, we know it's technology, but it's safe technology. And their thought was, this will make people feel comfortable with our lock and think it's secure. However, that's not really how I took it at all. I kind of took this as, well, you have a completely secure
Master,
lock.
I'm just picking a lock while we watch
looking into, I suppose.
These
I don't
Bluetooth
think I've
locks
ever
while
seen
we
a
watch
completely
this,
secure
so
lock.
enjoy for the next 30 minutes.
So putting together the security claims. Obviously, they claim perfect security, which is a little amorphic, but they also claim things like guest access can be revoked at any time. Permissions can be limited to a schedule. Guests can't use the unlock feature. They can't access lock settings. They can't see who's using the lock. And the keys can't be duplicated. We saw that claim twice in two different forms. They said their codes can't be they don't have codes that can be copied, and they don't have keys that can be duplicated. They also say that you can track who enters and exits your home. That should say home, not phone. So to start looking at the lock, I said I'm going to map out the API. I work as a software engineer. Let's just look at the boundaries of this application. Let's approach it black box. But the problem is which API? There's actually two APIs in the August lock. There's the one between your phone and the lock, and the one between your phone and the cloud, or if you read XKCD, someone else's computer. And working as a software engineer, mostly on web applications, I wanted to look at that HTTP one first, the REST side. So what I did is I downloaded MTM Proxy, and if you're not familiar with this tool, you really should get familiar with it. It's an awesome tool, super easy to use to get in the middle of any application, particularly if they're using SSL. So I installed the certificates on my phone, fire up MTM Proxy, and launch the application. And I get something that looks like this. And what this is indicating is that the August application is using certificate pinning. Now, if you're a developer and you develop mobile apps, certificate pinning is a really good idea, and you should absolutely have it on your applications. However, if you're a hacker and you're trying to figure out how something works, it's a real pain in the ass. So we need a way around this. One solution is to use iOS Kill Switch. It's originally developed by ISEC Partners. There's a new version, iOS Kill Switch 2. Basically what it does is shut off certificate validation on your iPhone. Now, this being a DEFCON talk, I really didn't want to walk in and shut off SSL on my phone and then connect to the DEFCON Wi-Fi and see what happened. I don't think that would work out well for me. So I need a better solution. Fortunately, August built one into their application. If you just tap on the hamburger, press and hold on the version number, and then you type the super secret phrase, dreadful Dow, casing matters, make sure your D's are capital, you'll get access to their debug menu. On their debug menu, at the very top, you'll see a URL. That URL is the endpoint that their application's talking to when it reaches out to the cloud. If you just tap on that, it pulls up this menu. Now, I obviously don't want to look at staging in their development environments because, well, that's probably outside of scope, and I don't really want any nasty letters from August. But this other option looks pretty cool. So if you just tap on that, it opens another dialog where you can specify any endpoint you want. Now, obviously, if you can specify any endpoint you want, they can't have pinned the certificate for every endpoint in the world. So I just enter an endpoint I control, and it can be HTTP or HBS, so you can choose not to deal with HTTPS at all if you want to. Enter a URL you control, hit custom, the application will crash, and when it relaunches, boom, you're in the middle. So now we have access to all the traffic back and forth, and we can start looking at how the application works. And one key thing I'd like to point out here is unlike iOS Kill Switch, SSL Kill Switch, this didn't require a jailbreak. There's no jailbreak required. This could be a stock phone and this would work. And being a developer, thought occurred to me, there's probably a sprint review where some developer walked in the room and was just like, I've implemented certificate pinning. We're good. Ship the perfect security claim. So we're going to cross that out. Now, obviously, after we map out the API, we can build up a collection. I use Postman, put together a collection of all the endpoints that it talks to. This collection will be available in the GitHub repository after this talk. Now, looking through all the APIs that the August application uses, one of them caught my interest, and that was this one. And for those who can't see what's on the screen, it's the mobile application telling August's servers that you just unlocked your lock. And this is the owner of the lock doing it. And what's interesting here is it's not anonymous. This is tied to your account. So what August is doing is they're building up a collection of every time you've entered or exited your house if you're the owner of the lock. This is something your Schlag and your dumb locks are not going to do. It's a little creepy. I'm not sure I want a company that makes a lock that they can open, also being able to build a profile of when I'm home and when I'm not home. Those two sets of data together would be incredibly valuable on the black market. So let's fix this. MTM Proxy can actually modify traffic as well as just listening to it. So with a little script, we just intercept all the APIs that log data about locking and unlocking, and we tell the application, yeah, 200, everything's good, and we don't tell the web servers anything. And the nice thing about this is it gives us privacy, but if we remember, they made the claim that you'll know when your guests open your door. Well, the way they know that guests open your door is the mobile application logs to their server, hey, I just opened this door, and then they notify you, Jimmy opened your door. Obviously, if you can just say, I'm not going to tell you when I open a door, that kind of defeats that feature. But they also said guests can't be notified or see the activity of feed of a lock. Well, it turns out if we look at this API, there's an API to set up notifications. So when someone opens your door, it's supposed to notify you and say, someone opened your door, someone locked your door. And if we just specify any lock, it could be a lock you don't own, and any user identified by their phone number or their email address, and we say, notify me when this user opens this lock. It doesn't matter what the lock is or what the user is, August will dutifully notify you that that user opened the lock, even if you don't own that lock, even if you're not a guest on that lock, any lock in the world. But what else can we do? Well, August has this idea of owners and guests, or as they like to call them, users and super users, but guests are supposed to be limited in what they can do. Specifically, they're not supposed to be able to use things like the auto unlock feature, and they're not supposed to be able to change lock settings. But how does the mobile application know when you're an owner and when you're a guest? Well, it's actually this message right here. They say user type, user. And if it's user type user, you're a guest. If it's super user, you're an admin. So let's just use MTM proxy again, and we'll just replace user with super user, and we get access to the menu as a guest. So this is the first big interesting discovery we have here, which is the lock itself has no concept of owner and guest. It only knows about users. The entirety of the access control model is implemented server-side and in the application. And since they're relying on you to talk to the server, well, we can just cut that out eventually. So to the claim that guests can't do these things, I just have to say that's wrong. Guests can absolutely do them. They may not be able to do them through your application, but they can do them. So now the list of claims looks something like this. Less gray and more red, but I think we can do more. We only looked at one side of the API right now. What about that Bluetooth side? Now, in case you forgot, it's structured like this. The lock itself has no Wi-Fi. It relies on your phone to talk to the cloud. So if you want to play with Bluetooth Low Energy, a good app to start with is Lightblue. It's great for enumerating services and just seeing what Bluetooth Low Energy looks like. And you'll get something like this. So this is an August lock, and because we were able to connect to it and pull services from the thing, we know that we're able to pair it with it, which means it must just be using It Just Works pairing because I never had to enter a PIN. But August relies on a second layer of encryption, so that's not too big of a deal. But I would like to intercept some traffic, and if you look at Bluetooth Low Energy long enough, you're eventually going to run across the Ubertooth, which is supposed to make this really easy. Unfortunately, I didn't think it was that easy, and after about a week, I said, well, this is too hard. I need to find something else. But again, there's a better solution. It's built into the August application again. If we go back to the previous menu, there's this Send Logs button. If we just tap that, it'll pull up a screen that looks like this. And for those who can't read it in the back of the room, it's to autounlock@august.com. Now, if like me, you look at that title and say, I wonder if this will auto-unlock my lock, I hate to disappoint you, it won't. What it will do is get you an email from their VP of engineering asking why you just sent this to them. But what I'm going to do is just replace that with my email address to avoid those emails. Then once I get on my computer, I open it up in Notepad++, and I search for ciphertext. And what you know, on the left side of the screen is the ciphertext for the communication between the phone and the lock, and on the right side of the screen is the plain text. So man-in-the-middle attack built into the application. So that Ubertooth I bought, completely useless, throw it out, I just need their mobile app. And again, no jailbreak is required to do any of this. In particular, for the Bluetooth logs, if you just use August support instead of Dreadful DAO, you'll just get the send logs button, and it'll work just as well. So now that we have the Bluetooth, how do they authenticate with the lock? Now, it's fairly simple. Again, all access control is on the web server. So when your phone connects to the lock, your phone then generates 64 bits of random data. They send that 64 bits to the web server. The web server encrypts it into a packet to be sent to the lock. Your phone gets it from the web server and then hands it off to the lock. the lock is able to decrypt it and then generate its own 64 bits, hand it back to your phone. Your phone can't decrypt it, so it hands it to their server, and then their server hands it back to you, decrypted, and you take those two things, you glue them together, and that gives you a session key. And then you just use AES and that session key, and now you can talk to the lock. Now, what's interesting here is you'll notice this is all symmetric encryption, which means the web server and the lock must have the same key. So how did they get that key onto the lock? One option is burnt in at the factory, and there's absolutely no way to pull it out. Another option would be maybe it's flashed in with the firmware. So let's request firmware as a guest. So as a guest user, I request a copy of the firmware, and to make it interesting, I'll request firmware that doesn't exist. And I get a response that looks like this. And at the bottom of that request, just a normal 404 for a piece of firmware that doesn't exist, I see the serial number of my lock and then a bunch of garbage. That garbage looks awful suspicious. Why is there garbage in HTML? So if we open that up in a hex editor, and we just start walking through this and trying random series of bits and just skip the obviously wrong ones, like the all zero sections, we'll come across the highlighted one. And that decrypts the packets that were sent to the web server. So now we know that must be the key that's being used. This key I'll call the firmware key. I think August internally calls it the online key, but I think firmware key is more accurate in this case. So this key appears to be unique for every lock, but with this key we're actually able to emulate the web server. Now the way August works is there's actually 256 key slots in each of these locks. Key slot 0 is this key, the firmware key. Now if we go back to their claims, they said it's safer than codes that can be copied, and it's unlike physical keys that can be duplicated or distributed without your knowledge. Well, I didn't have any problems copying and pasting it. So duplication seems to work. I also didn't have any problems distributing it because you all have it now. So this silver lock, if anyone tries to sell this to you on eBay, it is worth nothing. But it actually goes further. If we take those log files we got earlier, I need to stop touching this HDMI cable. If we take those log files we got earlier and we just run grep on them, looking for some interesting stuff, we can pull a lot out of there. We can actually pull all the offline keys, we can pull the usernames, passwords, the firmware key, the JWT tokens that are used to talk to the web server, so basically all the secrets. So that log file not only contains all the Bluetooth traffic, but it also contains everything you need to talk to the web server. Now I think most of these are fixed at this point, but you'll probably still be able to pull offline keys from those logs. So now the list looks a little bit more like this. Not so hot. So the moral of the story here is, with a smart lock, don't give access to someone you wouldn't give a key to. Because in spite of what the vendor claims, it behaves much more like a traditional pin and tumbler system where when you hand someone a key, they can do anything with that lock. Then it behaves like an email you send through Gmail or something like that. It behaves like a physical key. If you give someone guest access to one of these locks, assume they can get permanent access. So all the code after this talk will be published on GitHub. There's the address. I'll tweet it out after this as well. So I think we're doing good on time, actually. Much faster live. So I'm going to do a couple demos here. So obviously I have two locks here. There's a bunch of wires coming out of them, so you probably won't trust anything I do with them. So we're going to be using a new lock that's never been associated with an account. But before I switch them out, I want to show you something. So if we look at this silver lock here, and we just go to Settings, and we go down to the bottom, I don't know if everyone can see the version of software that lock happens to be running. It's safe to say that is not factory firmware, which means that the code being pushed to these locks is unsigned. So the lock itself could be running any code because it doesn't have any signature checking to make sure that the code came from August. But now let's, I'm going to switch that lock out, and we're going to do a demo. just going to unpower this one so I don't pick it up in the demo. So this is a brand new lock that's never been associated with any user's account, and hopefully it's not DOA. Pull out the battery tab. Okay, so we have a new lock on our door now. Fresh from the factory and right out of the box, in its perfectly secure state. Okay, let's add this to our account. So we're just going to go in here and set up a new lock. If you have the August application, don't try to beat me to this. There we go. We'll name it Front Door since that's the name of this talk. And we'll put in our DEFCON house. And we'll go ahead and configure it. So to calibrate the lock, we just put it on our door, lock it, unlock it, sets up the lock. Okay, now we have a lock on our door. And it opens and closes, as you can see. It still connects here. There we go. So there's our lock. Let's invite a guest user to this lock. So I'm just going to invite myself, another account. And we can see on the front door, the access level is none. Let's just change that. We're just going to change that to guest. And it reminds us that guests can't use the auto unlock. They can't invite other guests. They can't control lock settings. Bunch of stuff we know probably isn't true. We'll just update that. Okay, so now we have a guest user. And you know what, let's go back and let's make sure that we have notifications turned on, and we do. Great, so we should be notified then every time this user attempts to use this lock. Okay, let me just shut down the flashing lights demo here. There we go. And we're just going to run backdoor.js. Can't see? Okay, let me font size this. Does anyone know where the font size is? Thank you. The obvious answer is answer. Okay, so Atwood's law is in play here. Anything that can be written in JavaScript will eventually be written in JavaScript. So I figure if we're going to attack hardware, we might as well write the exploits in JavaScript. So we can see the results here. It connected to the lock, added a backdoor, and then disconnected from the lock. And if we go back to the other screen, we still haven't been notified that anything has happened. So we know we're connected to the lock. We know we backdoored the lock. Let's see if we can just cycle the lock. So I'm just going to try to open and close the lock as that guest user. Thank you. So we're connected to the lock, and it should, there we go, start opening and closing. So we just made, from a guest user, we added a backdoor to the lock, and now we're using that backdoor to open and close that lock. And if we go back and we look at the owner's phone, they still have been notified we used that lock. But what happens when we revoke access from that guest? So if I go to the guest, and I'll just delete him altogether. I don't want him accessing any of my locks. It's gone. and we cycle the lock again, it should still work. For those in the back room, if you can see the lights on the lock, that'll tell you when it's open and closing. Green is open, red is closed. So there we go. The lock is opening and closing. And they'll actually just keep going on forever. We'll just disconnect from that. Still plenty of time. So let's try the high-risk demo here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to factory reset this lock. So if I go back to the iPhone here, there's our lock. We'll issue a factory reset. So now that lock has been reset to factory state. And if we go back to our demo, let's do something else maybe. Let's go back to the lights. It should still connect up and still work. There we go. We established a connection, and now it's sending the light up. And the screen is, there we go. That'll make it better. But there's still the possibility that maybe August clears the keys when you add it back to your account. So let's just add it back to a user's account. Start setup, scan for locks. This part takes a while, apparently. There we go, front door. We'll actually add it to a different house. We'll just skip the calibration this time, not too interested. Okay, so there's our lock again, and it still works. But if we, let me close out of this, disconnect from it, okay. If we go back to our guest user, who was once a guest of this lock, the lock has been factory reset and it's been added to a new house. And we see if it still works using the backdoor we previously inserted. And again, what should happen here is it'll scan for the lock, it's going to find the lock, connect to the lock, and then it's going to open and close it indefinitely. So the interesting thing here is if you bought one of these locks used off of eBay and you put it on your front door, the previous owner had access to it. The previous owner had the ability to assert an offline key, and the previous owner now knows where you live. So again, it models much like a physical lock. Just like buying a used pin and tumbler lock means that you have a key that someone else could have a copy of. Buying a used August lock means you have a lock that someone else could have a key for. So there's a bunch of mistakes made, obviously, in the August application. It logs sensitive data, doesn't differentiate between guest and owners at the lock. It does that all remotely and at the application level. The firmware is not signed. There's no apparent way for a user to discover if their lock has been backdoored, but you actually don't even need to backdoor the lock because that firmware key is so central to the lock's operations. The system relies on guests reporting when they open and close the lock, and the vendor makes claims that they have two-factor authentication when really they only have two-step authentication. There's a couple things that they fixed, and the final one, this one's really entertaining, is all the key material for the lock is not actually stored on the Apple keychain. So it's all just in a preference file. So if you just look at your iOS backups, you can just pull keys for these things if you want. But they've done a couple of things correctly. For the most part, they've been fairly responsive. Their application does use certificate pinning, which is pretty good. And their protocol makes use of nuances. And this is important because they use CBC in the mode for their encryption. And if you know cryptography and AES, you'll know that with CBC, if you're using a null ID like they are, you can have repeat messages that can disclose what someone's doing. So the use of no-once is important. Additionally, they don't just rely on the Bluetooth Low Energy's security mechanisms. They built in their own. So this brings me to my real point, which is why we need hackers, why we need security researchers. Because the security claims that vendors are making can't be validated by consumers. Consumers lack the expertise necessary to determine if these claims are valid, so they have to take the manufacturer's word for it. And what can be asserted without proof can also be dismissed without proof. And if a vendor isn't providing evidence of the claims of the security of their device, then we should assume that there is no security in that device. So got through that pretty quick. So I will actually take questions. There's a microphone in the front if anyone has any.
That was really amazing. Thank you. I do have one burning question.
Yes.
How did you get the password that allowed you to get into the debug mode of the application?
Sure. So there's a couple ways you could do it. You could look at the iOS application and try to get the IPK off the phone. Initially tried doing that, and reversing iOS apps is a little difficult, so I just download the Android app, and then it's obvious.
Hi, my name's David Rogers. I'm from the IoT Security Foundation. So fantastic work. We're seeing this all over the place, particularly in consumer products that are going out. So this is an open invitation really to yourself and to everyone in this room. We're reaching out to people to come and help us because this stuff is absolutely shocking. You know, we've been through this in the mobile industry. We've fixed it time and again. As you mentioned, all the stuff with the iOS apps, you know, some of these consumer products companies have never done anything like this before, or they're creating minimum viable products and selling this stuff for crazy prices. So let's just kind of stop it now and come and help us. IoT Security Foundation.
Thank you.
How much were these, and can I get some? Because I want to play with them.
Of the smart locks?
Yes.
You can pick them up on eBay for maybe $150, the original version.
Outstanding.
If you want their latest revision, which most of this stuff still works on, you can get those for about $200, $220 new, and then obviously again look at eBay. If you're researching security of the lock, doesn't really matter, so buy it off of eBay.
Yeah. The other question was, did they fix anything in the app, or if I go buy or download the app right now, did they fix anything in it, or can you provide the unpatched version so we can play with it?
If you just download the iOS app today, you can still unlock that debug menu. And so the question was whether it was patched or not. So one of the key things here is the firmware side of it, right? Because we're interacting with the lock directly from the computer here. So one of the important things, and it's on the debug menu there, let me show you it.
Oh, and thank you.
Is this disable over-the-air updates. This is a really good feature if you want to look at these, and I recommend if you buy one, get it with factory firmware and check that box immediately. You can also check it by modifying your iOS backups. But the reason why I want to check that is there's a UART on the device, and the factory firmware logs to UART, and every revision thereafter doesn't. So keeping it at the stock firmware will give you a way in. Additionally, I'll be publishing all the code for this so that you can work with that as a base, and that'll get you connected to the lock. It'll take care of these security mechanisms, and it should let you do some of the basic stuff yourself. You can also use that to write an application that doesn't have the logging of when you open and close your lock if you care about your privacy.
Hi. I don't know if I missed it, but was your future access to it because you rested that key 0, that firmware key, from the lock, and you said that was per lock? And have you seen an ability to change that key 0 at all?
I have the ability to change it. I don't recommend people change it because it's high risk. You can brick a device by changing that key. If you change it to something and you change it to a value you forget, or you mess up while you're changing it and it ends up in some intermediate state, you end up in a world of hurt because that firmware key is the only one that can enroll new keys. So it's a fairly high-risk key to change. So the code I'll be publishing has a safety check in it. So by default, it's not going to let you do that, but it also has the ability to bypass that safety check so you can replace it. If you do replace that key, their application will stop to work on your device. For what was involved in the backdoor I was showing, what's actually happening is I'm inserting this key, the one up on the screen, which no one can read, into key slot 200. And the reason I'm putting in key slot 200 is because the mobile application starts putting offline keys at key slot 1. And if you get their keypad device, it starts putting offline keys at key slot 255. So any number in the middle is going to survive for quite some time. So this is actually using a different mechanism to maintain access. So even if they rotate firmware keys on reset, unless they clear all offline keys, this would still work.
Thank you.
I have two questions. So the first one, you showed that you had a modified firmware loaded on the thing. Did you do anything with that, or was it just to show that they weren't signing it?
So in that one, the only modification is actually the changing of the version number. Because the goal was just to show that you can put custom firmware on it. I didn't write a custom firmware to do anything interesting, but obviously you could.
Right. So the other question is, as far as I could tell from following your kind of narrative of the whole thing, if I were just walking around with light blue and I saw an August smart lock, none of the phones that you had would be able to open it. I would have had to already either bought it from somebody else and all that stuff, or given it to somebody else, or I'd have to already have guest access and then upgrade.
Right. So everything I've shown here will get you from guest to permanent access or near permanent access. The only one that didn't require any authorization was notification of when the lock is unlocked or locked. But in that scenario, you do need to know the owner's phone number or their email address. And if you see the lock on their door, it broadcasts the ID. In the light blue application, you can pull the lock ID off of it, and that's how it's identified in the system, and that remains the same no matter how many times it's reset.
Cool, thank you.
So that's my talk. The final I'll give you is if you want to play with the locks at all, Best Buy is a great place. Most of the locks at Best Buy aren't actually paired with an account. If you walk in, they have an August demo booth. Just fire up the August application and associate it with your account, and it'll give you something you can play with on their APIs.
One last question. Was there any indication that maybe the AES key was actually derived from the serial number?
I don't have any evidence of that. I don't know how it's generated. I'm assuming it's random, and it's probably using the same mechanism they use to generate offline keys. I also don't think it's generated from the serial number because you used to be able to enroll non-existent locks in their APIs. And for those ones, it wouldn't hand you a key back. So there's probably a database somewhere that has a table joining the lock ID and then the offline key, that's the firmware key. Great. If you want to play with this, the IoT Village has a lock, a smart lock there. I'll be publishing this immediately hereafter and providing a link on Twitter so you can take it over there and mess with their lock.
So yes, that was a talk about that particular Bluetooth IoT lock that got pwned to hell and back. So as you can see, unfortunately, I can feel stuff in the Schlage, but I think it's either the high, was it the low, high, low slight bidding on this that's throwing me off? Or, which is what I'm thinking, I think it actually might have 1 or 2 spools in here that I'm going to have to work on. This was once again Lost Cause. This is even more evil than I usually encounter, because for some reason, I don't know if it's maybe it's more reliant on the Bluetooth motor or something, but I cannot figure out a tension where I can feel the pins and wafers binding in this. I usually can, but I just end up in an endless loop of picking. This, I can't feel anything. There's no feedback on this, so that's kind of fascinating me. Again, I just recently got these locks, so I'm going to have to do more research on this. So ultimately, in terms of picking today for once, at least, 3 out of 7 times, not that bad. I failed, but again, I've learned a lot. I now know what I probably need to find is not only experiment more with this, but for some reason, I can't find my 15,000th of an inch pick, and I don't know why, and that makes me worried, because that's a specialty pick for me, so I have to look around. I have to replace my entire personal set, carry-on, ED key, everyday carry anyhow, and so I'm going to work on that. Also, when I finally get the tools in, I can actually take this guy apart and just see if I'm correct that there's security pins in here. This gal, though, lost freaking cause. This goes in my naughty bucket in the meantime. Actually, this won't even go in my naughty bucket. Once I figure out what tension or what's going on, why I can't get any feedback from this, I will then figure out what to do with it. Or probably Cell will take this one back, and I'll just keep the classic Schlage, and we'll experiment with just the bolt lock. But anyhow, that was our show tonight. I'm shocked that we actually streamed all the way to midnight. For everyone who's somehow watching right now, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, especially on DLive, because now we are, let's see, 85. We are 16 followers away from getting Crypto Superstar. So I can do more for Crypto Barons in our DLive stream. And thank you also for the follows on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for chatting with me on here. It's been fantastic. It was really crazy to see both Dark Arts of Lockpicking and Night Owl on the stream. In fact, I'm worried now I'm going to see Night Owl more on the stream, and he's just going to complain about how much my show is a mess. But from what I understand, the equipment I'm going to get that I'm supposed to get this week is going to come in, and if that is, that means I'm finally going to teach how to pin and repin locks. So that's going to be really exciting. Also, depending on how I feel and how I can make it work, I might record me replacing my ex-neighbor's doorknob. Not in the banana hammock, unfortunately, thanks to Twitch's and YouTube's laws, but that's what we're going to do. Anyhow, if you're on Twitch, we're going to go raid a stream. I have 2 choices here, and hopefully this first choice will work. Again, thank you so much. If you like what you see, even if we're not broadcasting, you can click that bell, like, share, subscribe, and follow on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Also, thank you for everyone who were watching on Facebook, the Diode Zone for PeerTube, Diode Zone, You Frickin' Rock, as well as all of our anonymous friends watching through Invidious on tour. Again, stick around. Hopefully this Wednesday will be an Hackle and Commander episode. This Thursday will be an Archvile Linux perspective episode. Cool Linux games and Arch Linux super hacker stuff. And then this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to do my other show, Crypto Barons, where we'll look at blockchain and cryptocurrency technology. And I can tell you right now, that one is going to be on Gitcoin. So that's going to be really cool. It's going to be a lot more coding stuff. We get to look at a blockchain platform. And the next Master of Unlocking will be on the 21st, 2 days after our normal meeting, which our next meeting will be on February 19th. And later on this week, we'll announce details for that. So anyhow, I'm going to load up the music here. Thank you again. I hope to see you all on the 21st on Master of Unlocking. I hope to see you this Sunday for Crypto Barons. Where did I put the music? Here it is. On the other show, again, thank you all for watching the stream. I hope you learned a lot. We are going to revisit Bluetooth technologies again later on, probably. I'm more thinking early May, maybe late April, but definitely early May. And if you like what you see, again, not only can you follow and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, but you can also check us out. I don't know where we are here, but you can check us out at defcon21.org or find us on Twitter at defcon21nj or on a bunch of social media that you can find on our website like Instagram, the hostducks.social version of Mastodon, or .onion, all of that. Hope you have a great night. Be safe. I hope you enjoy this raid. Hack the planet. Dirty Jersey represent. And I hope to see you on the 21st for the next episode or one of the other shows. Either way, be safe. Happy Super Bowl. Tell me who won later on, because I don't really care. I'm worried about more COVID spreading in Florida. And yeah, stay safe and enjoy yourself. Peace. Enjoy the outro music.
Stuck in row, just waiting on the sun to rise. I'm treading slowly on this darkened road, just waiting for another try. Open up the sky so I can breathe again.